open source, potentially even, a Chinese origin model, or is it just pay the cost, let's just not take the risk, let's get the most trusted, closed, even if closed creates different risks?
I'm going to go very, very on the record here. We will not be using a Chinese model. Yeah, of course it is. To that point, I mean, we don't use any Chinese components anywhere in our supply chain, not even on hardware. And when you're talking about autonomy and low-cost systems, that's actually not very easy to do. We took a very mindful approach. We source only from US and allied countries, and we make sure that we're rebuilding the supply chain, and then we have redundancy in our supply chain. So no, we will not be using Chinese models in our...
Do you think it's okay then, let's say you could choose an open source model from NVIDIA or a closed source model from Anthropic. How do you make that trade-off where one may have, as Alex said, downstream risks that are hard to identify?
Look, we do the evaluation. I would defer to our CTO, who's an expert in the space, and we would do the risk-weight analysis and understand where those risks are and if we're properly protected.
Kathy, I want to ask you about China and the Chinese supply chain, actually. So I was telling Toby Rice yesterday, I'm buying an energy business, and I said to the team, make it all American, like you said, Dino. And they said, we can get to 99.7%. And I said, well, what's the 0.3? They said, it's a silver diode. And I said, just make the silver diode. And they said, we can't because China owns all the silver processing. And so the diode has to come from China, otherwise you brick the thing. These complexities, when you look 2 and 3 layers back, are incredibly nuanced and complicated. How do you navigate that? What do we do? What is missing that's not being done right now?
As you note, it's a small portion of our supply chain, but it is a part of the supply chain that needs to be thought of as a broader national security and economic security issue. Because if an adversary has access to a critical mineral and the processing of that mineral, and it is the only thing you can use to get the capability that we need, we can do one of 2 things: move away from having that capability, or have a different source for that material. But you have to think of it not just in the sense of where else can we get it? You have to think where else is it economically viable to access, package, and distribute it. And so that's what a whole of government approach on these very narrow but important areas of our supply chain means. And it means sharing data so that we know what those points of bottleneck are. And it requires government working together, because this isn't something even the Department of War should or could solve on its own. It's going to take a broader American approach.
There's a lot of these critical metals and materials that sit in countries that are neither allies nor enemies. They're sort of in these gray or frenemy, odd countries. What should we be doing to establish more command and control in those places, because we need those resources? How much should we look past what's happening, or how much should we actually be more demanding of specific changes so that we can control some of these critical inputs?
Well, I think you start with diplomacy. It's not necessary often to exert control. If you bring the right financial resources, I think a more diplomatic approach to working with those countries that provide source can get you there. But we also have a good bit of this material in our own country, so it's about making sure our processes and systems, everything from environmental protection to how we think about the mining process in this country, and then the processing and the economics behind that, are all there, recognizing the greater value. It's not just about selling a magnet or producing a magnet, it's about what that then produces in terms of economic or national security.
Thomas, your job, part of your job is you have to sort of start betting in the future. So while the rest of us may be dealing with the next few years, you're thinking 5 to 10 years. Give us a sense of something unique that we should know about that you think changes the nature of how we are all doing our job or thinking about preparedness or warfare.
I would say 2 things. Certainly, artificial intelligence, I think we're just scratching the surface of. It's going to permeate every area of our economy, of defense, and it certainly is not ready for prime time, but quantum computing. When you have quantum computing together with artificial intelligence, you're going to be able to do things that are hard to even imagine today. And you know, part of, I do want to, since I'm I do live in Pennsylvania, and if this is an infomercial, so be it. But one of the things that's great about investing in this state, Gecko Robotics is a company that we invested in, that this young man started in his dorm room and is now a very important robotics company. We repurposed the New Kensington Alcoa plant into a company called Rebuild that we backed that can make very complex things at scale in American soil. We need to be able to control our own destiny, not to be isolationists, but to not be leveraged. And I think the leadership in this state, from Senator McCormick, Fetterman, our governor, have made it easy to set up shop here and to invest in Pennsylvania. And I really do think it's a model that other places can look at, because their question is always, what can we do to help? And it's easier to allocate capital in that way.
Well, let me ask the four of you as we wrap, then each of you can, I think, Dino, you did the math before. It's about 1.5 minutes each that you can take to answer this question. But we're sitting here July of 26. Let's imagine we come back here 2 years from now, July of 28. What is one thing that the United States is not doing today that we must do? And I think you can answer that in however way you want. There's going to be some investment perspectives, there's product perspectives, there's preparedness perspectives, but I just want to give you a chance to project over the next 2 years the steel-eyed clarity of the few things that we must get right. Thomas, you want to start, and we'll work backwards.
I would say two. We cannot lose on AI and quantum. We have to prevail on that. And the second thing is, in terms of our readiness, munitions, et cetera, we have to manufacture at a pace that always allows us to project power and do the things that we do, and we've got to be very clear-eyed about that.
Timely and sufficient appropriation of funds for national security. And, you know, I hope that 2 years from now, at this very same time, we won't be having that same conversation, because everything we've talked about on this panel relies on it. Consistent demand, being on a wartime footing, prioritizing our national and global security, all starts with showing that commitment from our nation's investments.
We need to continue to pour capital into our industrial base. It's not just about investing in the infrastructure that we have today. It's about building net new capacity to build brand new things. And that's what we're doing at Saronic. That's what a lot of new companies are doing. That's what existing companies are doing. And that's what we need to continue to do as a country. I'll use a shipbuilding stat. Mentioned China has 57% of the world's shipbuilding capacity. The U.S. has 0.1%, which means if you go around to every shipyard in the country and you make them, every shipyard, 100% more efficient, you go from 0.1 to 0.2%. We need to invest in net new capacity, in our case, new shipyards, but that's not it. It's across the industrial base, and we need to build new infrastructure to produce at scale.
Dan.
Do you and I get to split the rest of their time since they went so fast? So I'll say three things. So the first one is, and I'll speak to your army on behalf of the nation has got to earn back the right, or earn back the trust of Congress and the taxpayer. We did an exercise over the last 8 months where we matched our faces and our spaces, so the people that we have working for us, 250,000 civilians, to the jobs that we had. We went through this exercise that had not occurred in 50 plus years. And what we found is we had 40,000 excess jobs posted, and we had 20,000 people not in jobs that command said they wanted. And so we used a matching tool from one of the big software providers. We ended up offering those 20,000 people different jobs. We had a little section where they could tell us if their kid was going through something where they needed to stay in one spot, and try to do it compassionately. But we ended up saving the taxpayer $2 billion a year, right now in real money, $2 billion a year. And that is one way that we earn back trust. The other way we earn back trust is when we build new projects and build hard things and build new helicopters and tanks. We do it rationally, and we learn our lessons quickly. And so all of that has to occur. And then the other two are, I think, we're doing something called private capital initiatives, where essentially what we're doing is we're saying we have been gifted by the taxpayer millions of acres of land on our Army bases. What can we do with it? And so a couple weeks ago, we announced 4 critical mineral processing deals. A couple weeks before that, we announced some data centers. We have 6 verticals where we're basically trying to invite in private industry to our bases, where they're putting all the upfront cash, they're partnering with our soldiers, and they're building things our soldiers and the American people need. And then the very last thing is we've launched a marketplace. And so I actually think the thing that solves most of these problems, whether you're a prime or a neo-prime or a startup, is we've got to let capitalistic forces come into the defense space. And when everybody told me originally about what this idea of like demand signal was, I thought they just needed Sec Army to tell them clearly what we wanted and needed. The problem is the average Sec Army is only in the seat 23 months. The funding doesn't show up, so we can't do new starts. There's all of this quirkiness to the system that what I tell you we want and need may be true, but you can't invest against it. The way you can actually invest against all of this is if we aggregate global demand and give them access to American companies. So what the United States Army has been doing is, as our test case, we launched a drone marketplace and a counter-drone marketplace. We've now combined those to like an Amazon-like experience. We have 20 nations that have joined. We have 18 more on our wait list. By the end of the summer, we'll have 40 countries that can go onto a 2-sided marketplace where anyone can list their products. We, the customer, provide feedback. Other countries provide feedback. And we are just trying to get out of the way and let companies thrive based off the quality of their products. And that is what I think, if we can pull that off as a nation and not try to keep our hands on it, that will unlock a ton of value.
Well, on that note, please join me in thanking our illustrious panel. Thanks, guys, very much.
Bethlehem Shipbuilding Division have served the United States Navy and Merchant Marine for many years. The pressing need for great quantities of these revolutionary vessels was more than just a job. It was a race against time.
American shipbuilding is in shambles. China makes roughly 1,000 cargo ships a year. The U.S., maybe 3. The Trump administration has called this a national security crisis.
We used to build a ship a day, and now we don't do a ship a year practically.
Pennsylvania is uniquely positioned to lead reinvestment in submarines, in ships.
Hanwha plans to spend $5 billion in Philly.
These are incredible, great paying jobs. If we continue to have the great success we're having here, we're going to go from 1,500 employees across multiple sites here to many thousands more.
McCormick says these type of initiatives will drive economic growth and strengthen America's national security.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next panel, Pennsylvania's Freedoms Forge, with our moderator, Penn State University President, Dr. Neely Mendapudi, and our panel, United States Senator for Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick, CEO of Hanwha Defense USA, retired Admiral Mike Coulter, President of General Dynamics, Danny Deep, and the Governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro.
Good morning, everybody. What an amazing summit this has already been. And I will tell you, this will be a great panel. I know it. First of all, to our host, I just want to take 1 minute and say, this is a dream come true for me. One, for the US Army, I've been working with them in one way, shape, or another from 2011. I've hosted War College Fellows, and because academics sometimes don't understand why we need to support a strong military, just like other parts of the world. It's not just that we are unique. I've brought my entire leadership team to stay at Fort Knox in the barracks and eat Rangers coffee and the MREs. And I do want to say that as a proud business person and business dean, I've always talked about the nobility of business. So combining those two to have that opportunity. And I want to dive right in, but for all of you, I want to say at Penn State University, $1.45 billion of research, 30% is from defense, from the DoD. And we are in the top 3 universities for what we do for R&D for DoD. So with that, there's a lot more I could say. With the US Navy, not a single submarine has been built in the last 7 decades that hasn't had Penn State University expertise. So on all those levels, we are so thrilled to be here. The panelists, I bet, don't need an introduction. You've just heard this. But I just want to say our host, Senator McCormick, the support you've given for defense research from day one, as a veteran, as a businessman, and of course, as U.S. Senator, he always stresses the infrastructure for innovation, for economic development. We're so grateful to you, sir. Our governor, Josh Shapiro, what an honor to have you here. He has been a champion of public-private partnerships for major investments, creating jobs, and positioning us as a hub for 21st century industrial defense manufacturing. Michael Coulter comes from a military family, leads Hanwha Defense USA as the CEO at a time when you are expanding your role to support U.S. shipbuilding. And it's the Go Army in me that wants to say, you are helping the U.S. Navy stay afloat. We really love the shipbuilding that you are doing. We are so proud of our connection with the Navy. And Danny Deep, thank you for being here. The president of General Dynamics, one of the most important defense companies in the country, and in Pennsylvania with a workforce of over 2,000 people. We know how critical you are, whether it's the submarines, it's the Abrams tank, everything you do. So thank you all. Could you please give them a quick round of applause before we begin? Senator McCormick, I have 2 questions for you, sir. I know this is the 2nd summit. What prompted you to create these summits? What was it about it that you wanted to do? Last year it was energy. Why focus on defense today?
Well, thanks, Nili, for moderating and for being here and for all you do. And thanks to all the panelists, and particularly the governor. Thank you, Governor, for being here and helping focus on what I think is a huge opportunity for Pennsylvania. And, you know, the way that I've been thinking about this, Dean and I hosted the Energy and Innovation Summit last year because we felt like this was a moment where the AI revolution was requiring a real focus, and that AI and energy go hand in hand, and Pennsylvania was uniquely positioned because of energy. And so there was an opportunity to help bring focus to all the things happening in Pennsylvania and things that could happen. And there was $92 billion of investment announced. A lot of that was $50 billion of that was energy infrastructure. Defense is like that in the following sense. Pennsylvania has always been at the center of our national defense. The Carlisle Arsenal here supported George Washington's army. The hallowed fields of Gettysburg, a few miles from here, is where America was, in many ways, went through its toughest chapter and was reunited. And of course, the arsenal of democracy was Pennsylvania. So we're entering a new phase of enormous innovation in defense, and Pennsylvania should be, and in many ways is, the point of the spear. We have 190,000 employees. We have 9,000 defense-related companies. But even as important as that is, we also are on the cutting edge of innovation, drones, AI, autonomy, robots, where that's where the future is headed in terms of what our military capabilities need to be. So in this moment of change, President Trump's talked about peace through strength. Pennsylvania, in my opinion, and I suspect the gentleman here with me will agree, Pennsylvania can lead the way for America, and as it always has and as it should.
Thank you so much. 9,000 companies, and I'm so glad you acknowledged Dina. I know that you were really the impetus for the last summit, and I'm sure for this one too. Governor Shapiro, picking up on that theme, I've heard you many times talk about how Pennsylvania, with our workforce, our geography, our industrial heritage, matters so much. So may I ask what your leadership and your team is doing to make sure that we invest in the modern reindustrialization strategy for Pennsylvania?
Well,
Thank you, President Bendapudi, for questioning us here today and being here to lead this panel. I'm grateful to Hanwha and General Dynamics. I'm especially grateful to Senator McCormick for convening us for this important conversation. I want to pick up on the senator's comments. I thought it was important that you mentioned the arsenal of democracy, critically important that you mentioned our history, and even more important that you talked about our future, because to me, defense is critical to the future growth of this Commonwealth. And we can build on that wonderful heritage as we think about how to create more jobs, more prosperity, and most importantly, more national security for the greatest country on the face of the earth right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I think we are uniquely poised to grow the defense industrial base, in part because of you and leaders like you in academia, in part because of some of our traditional defense companies, but in large measure also because of a lot of what we talked about last year, our AI companies, our tech companies, and figuring out how to bring all of that together is going to make our nation more secure, make Pennsylvania more prosperous, and continue to have us as a leader in this space. For our part in the Commonwealth, we are investing in creating an economy that's going to work for all. Over the last nearly 4 years, we've cut taxes 10 times. We've been able to invest in workforce development, invest unprecedented amounts in economic growth. And despite predicting that our economy would grow at a rate of about 2.7% last year, Pennsylvania's economy grew at 5.4%. We created more jobs than all but 2 states in the entire country. And Moody's just found that we have the only growing economy in the entire Northeast. When we think about the future, we think about the kind of workforce that a Hanwha needs, for example. They made an unprecedented announcement of an investment of $5 billion in the Navy Yard, and we're incredibly proud of that and excited about it. What's the most important thing they need? They need welders. They need skilled trades. And so another thing we've done at the state level is dramatically increased our funding for the skilled trades, raising it by more than 60%. So we have more welders, more electricians, more people who can power our economy going forward and power the growth of our defense industrial base. So this is central to our growth strategy. It's a core part of our history, and Pennsylvania at the state level, working with our federal partners, puts us in a position to really succeed.
That's so important, what you're saying about the whole breadth of it, and that's why at Penn State we are grateful we have Penn College of Technology. So whether it's a welder or a postdoc in nuclear engineering or shipbuilding, to have all of those for the workforce. Since you mentioned Hanwha, I will go to Michael now. We are so grateful to Hanwha for the investments you made in Philadelphia, in our building our Navy right here. So very curious, would you speak a little bit to your vision for what role Pennsylvania will play in our maritime security?
Yeah, thank you, Neely. Senator, Governor, we really appreciate your support. I just want to start by saying thank you for having us. Thank you for your support. I'd like to pick up on the previous conversation. So Pennsylvania's role, Philadelphia, home to the nation, also home to the United States Navy, also home to shipbuilding. The first frigate was constructed in Philly Shipyard. At its zenith during World War II, Philly Shipyard actually resembled the shipyard that we have in Korea, and we have an eye to renewing that. So the announcement that the governor mentioned was announced last year, and we are now foot on the throttle to implement that, working both with the administration, the state, and the city. We have expanded our footprint, and we have plans to potentially double the size of the footprint this year. We have more than doubled the workforce since we acquired the shipyard. We've put over $200 million, which is more than the shipyard had seen since World War II, just in the past year. So we are foot on the throttle to make shipbuilding great again, and Pennsylvania is the heart of that.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you for the investment, and thank you for those incredible numbers. And we talked about, the senator started off with 9,000 defense-related companies that we have, but it's great when we have the marquee names, if you will. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to ask Danny here for General Dynamics. Having you here is an incredible honor for us. think you have over 2,000 people working here in Pennsylvania, and really interested in hearing from you. What are you working on to expand the defense industrial base, and how can we in Pennsylvania help you keep us more secure?
All right, well, thank you very much, Neely. Senator, thank you for pulling us all together, and Governor, really great to be next to you. So for us, Pennsylvania, for General Dynamics at large, Pennsylvania is an absolute giant. So 2,200 employees across 8 operations. But what makes it unique isn't just the 2,200 employees, it's the diversity of what we do here. So if you think about it, we build munitions in Northeast Pennsylvania. We have a facility that produces some key components for main battle tanks. We have some of the most qualified and advanced researchers in engineering talent doing things in sonar, artificial intelligence in terms of mission systems and creating defensive systems for submarines, electronic warfare. Some of the most difficult and challenging environments in the world, it's engineers and researchers here in Pennsylvania that are doing it, and certainly because of the talent and the pipeline that we have here. But what is, I think, more unique for us isn't the 2,200 employees we have. We have 1,100 suppliers in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is, in fact, the third in terms of spend and the number of suppliers, the third most populous for us in the entire nation. And again, the diversity of that supply base is what makes it so special. And across the spectrum and across each one of our entities, whether it's producing equipment for our Gulfstream executive jets or for our nuclear submarines or everything in between, main battle tanks, munitions, and all of the highest, most advanced next generation technologies you can expect. And so that 1,100 suppliers is really the muscle behind what we do here in Pennsylvania. And if you just put a finer point on it, our munitions factory in Northeast Pennsylvania, when the war started in Ukraine, and Governor Shapiro will know this very well because he was with us in Pennsylvania, or in Northeast Pennsylvania a couple years ago when President Zelensky visited, we were producing 14,000 rounds a month. And to put it in perspective, at the time, Ukraine consumed 5 years of our capacity. 5 years of our capacity in less than 6.5 months they consumed. And so we had to scale up, and through government investment, through General Dynamics investment, almost $500 million was invested in our munitions capability. We went from 14,000 rounds of artillery a month to 50,000 rounds of artillery a month. And that's because of this public-private partnership, and that's what makes Pennsylvania so special. And put another point on it, the submarine industrial base, maybe the nation's #1 national security priority. We have incredible partners here in Pennsylvania like Rhodes, which we'll talk about in more detail later on, but these are great partners that are growing with us and really meeting the moment for both General Dynamics, but more importantly, the nation.
Love that ripple effect that you're talking about with what you're doing. Senator McCormick, this question is for all of you. Really curious. While of course I'm bragging on Penn State, the beauty of Pennsylvania is that we have so many world-class research universities. And maybe because you're the child of educators, you have been particularly open and you've engaged all of us. So when I think about Freedom's Forge, and what a great metaphor to bring it back now, how do you think, with our expertise in higher education, working alongside you and the businesses you've brought here today and the government perspective, how do you see us balancing preparing the workforce for today without losing sight of the needs of tomorrow, which we can't all predict? So really curious if you could all speak to that on how we might partner with you all.
Yeah, well, it's a great question. I'm sure we'll all have something to add to that. But I think what's unique about this moment is you have 2 areas where you need profound expertise. One is in some ways more traditional. It's the reason we have this incredible supply base are these skilled trades. We have job growth in that area going off the charts. We have a Sean McGarvey's here from the president of North American Building Trades. I mean, every time we are here with people in the trades, they say we don't have enough welders, electricians, pipe fitters, steam fitters. And so ironically, at this moment where AI is creating this anxiety about job disruption, it's actually creating also this huge demand for people who build things. And that's for not just data centers, it's for all the infrastructure, steel and pharmaceuticals and all the things that we need for the future. On the other end, we have to really be in the lead of this innovation that's driven by AI, autonomy, drones, by robots. And we also uniquely have that expertise here in Pennsylvania. I see Farnham here from CMU. We have the robotics center there, which is truly the leader in the world, one of the great AI universities in the world as well. We have the Naval Propulsion Lab, which I had the opportunity to visit with you, which has been doing cutting edge research for, as you said, 7 decades. We have Bettis, we're the nuclear reactors for the subs. So we have that cutting edge expertise here. We have to support it. And so I've been a strong advocate of making sure that as we think about our spending going forward, that the proportion of that spending for military and particularly basic research stays very much intact, because it's, in relative terms, it's less than it's been as a percentage of GDP since 1950. So we need to keep leaning into the innovation at great universities and in our private sector where a lot of that innovation happens, but we can't lose sight of the fact we need people who can actually build the infrastructure of tomorrow.
Governor?
I would just add to what the senator said. Innovation is deterrence in modern warfare. The traditional primes are critically important, but also critically important are what the big brains at Penn State and Pitt and elsewhere are learning and thinking about and innovating over. I was talking to a company last night. It's a late night. We're in Philly, by the way, the All-Star game. If anybody was there, Philly did an amazing job. Back here this morning at the senator's request, on time, by the way. And I was talking to a company that literally is developing, with tools they learned in our universities here, underground submarines, these micro AI-driven submarines that are testing in the Schuylkill River things that could ultimately lead to securing our nation's defense. That's just one example. If you think about the future of American warfare, I thought General Kane laid this out really, really well yesterday. We have got to figure out a way to better and more quickly connect the research that's happening in our universities with our tech companies, with our traditional primes, and connect all of that together in a more robust and a far more quicker procurement process through the Department of Defense. I would also argue that the work that's being done at Penn State is strengthened when that kind of work is happening in research institutions in nations that we closely work with our allies. We have got to realize that China is innovating at a rate far quicker than the United States is right now. And one of the ways we can speed that process up is the force multiplier of our allies. Candidly, I get a little bit concerned when our administration pokes their finger in the eye of our allies. That undermines our ability to innovate, and it undermines our ability to be stronger with our national defense and to have a deterrence that is going to protect the American people and protect our interests abroad. So I think you are at the center of innovation. We need you to continue to develop that way. We just have to, in government, work to streamline that process, speed it up, and overtake China when it comes to innovation. That's in America's national security interests.
If I could just pick up on the two comments. So at Hanwha, we like to say that ships win battles, but shipyards win wars. We have one of the leading shipyards in the world in Korea. We are intent on developing that capability in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia. The workforce is essential, as has been pointed out. But when we think about the workforce, we're very focused on skilled trades, labor, welders, all this, but we're envisioning the workforce of the future. And the workforce of the future is very heavily automated, robotics, and people mistake automation and robotics with lack of jobs or replacing jobs. I can tell you, our shipyard in Korea, we have 30,000 workers. and it is very highly automated. We are overhitting our recruiting marks in Philadelphia right now, and I'm convinced that it's because we're showing workforce a technology future, right? If today I'm operating, today I'm a welder, tomorrow I'm operating 5 robot welders. 5 years from now, I'm doing this. So the workforce that we're working with Penn State, with the governor's office on developing, is that workforce of the future, where we can be that shipyard that wins the war.
Yeah, I'll try not to repeat too much of what the other panelists have said, but a couple things on the innovation side. Getting basic research and applied research out of the classroom and lab and into a commercial setting is critical. And I think Pennsylvania is ahead of most states, quite frankly, in the country in terms of that cooperation. There are a number of institutions over the years that have been reluctant to engage on the defense side, and I don't think that problem exists at all in Pennsylvania. So I would double down on that and make sure that we're continuing to foster those partnerships and relationships with this great research that's being done. Down at the operational level with skilled trades, we have got to get to these students earlier in their tenure and start training them and start funneling them. They can have great lives, they can have great careers. I can tell you in some of our other states, there are models where we work with vocational institutions as early as grade 5 to start developing some of these interests and skills, and where we work with these vocational institutions and help establish the curriculum. 93% of all of the students that we work with end up working at our shipyards out in these small states. And it's remarkable that some of these smaller states can actually provide the workforce that we need of the future. So I think both sides are critical, and I think working to pull some of these students into the skilled trades is going to be critical for our collective future.
Just a 10-second addition. I mentioned before we've increased our funding for apprenticeship, pre-apprenticeship, VOTEC by 60%. We have 43,000 Pennsylvania students that we've caught in the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade who we've been able to invest in them learning skills for the trades, whether it's welding, electrician, et cetera. And those folks then can go on to our union halls and elsewhere to develop the skills both of your companies need. So we're trying to attack that in our high schools. I think you're exactly right. Ideally, we move it into the middle schools as the years go on, but you're spot on, and that's an investment we're making on a bipartisan basis in Pennsylvania.
Fantastic.
I love that theme, and just want you to know we hear you in terms of what each of you have said of what we can do as universities. Quick example, USS Boxer that recently had a fleet of F-35s. The starboard rudder failed. And because there was not a dry dock available, it would have taken 3 months water, while it's in the water to do it. Penn State technicians, engineers, brilliant minds went there, and with cold spray technology, made sure that it was ready on time, sir, and that it could be deployed in the Pacific. So you're right, we need to bring that immediately to focus on the national security interests. We have been laser focused because of the work we do. We have a new National Security Institute, exactly for what you said, to partner more with businesses. We're focused, laser focus. I've said that 2 times now, so you get the point, on de-risking the work that we do. So as we look at national security, what risk are you most concerned about? I think it would be helpful for everybody to hear your perspective. So in any one of you, what is it that you worry about the most and that we should be mindful of?
Maybe I'll kick this off. So from my perspective, it's complacency is our biggest risk. I think there has been a real call to action over the last number of years as we've seen these conflicts around the world proliferate and the threat environment get worse and worse. And some would argue it's never been worse. Some would argue that it's always been this bad. Nonetheless, I think there's an intensity that both government and industry and all of the supporting functions have. And at the end of the day, there's a monopsony buyer. And so the threat environment dictates the policy environment, and the policy environment dictates the budget environment, and the budget environment will either attract players into this field or it won't. This is probably, certainly in my 3 decades in this industry, been the most dynamic time in the defense sector that I can remember, maybe since the Reagan era. And the number of new entrants that have come into this field because they see opportunity and they want to make a difference and they're committed to the mission is critical. If this intensity and this focus wanes in any way, it will be catastrophic. And the demand and long-term demand is what drives investment. In our shipyards around the country, we've invested $6 billion in the last 5 years, and we're going to invest $6 billion in the next 5 years. And it's because the threat environment dictates it and the demand environment requires it. And so we can't get complacent, and we can't assume that once this acute threat goes away, that we can start to fall back on our laurels. So I think complacency is our biggest risk.
I think that's a great point.
Yeah, I would just add China is, I think, our primary adversary in terms of our risk to our geopolitical leadership. So I'd much rather have our hand than China's hand, but it depends on what we do. So we have to make the dramatic changes in the way our Defense Department, our Department of War operates. We have to expand the definition of national security to include rare earth metals and power and energy and the things that are required. We have to make sure that workforce can meet the needs of this moment, and we have to integrate. I said earlier today, it's like a symphony. All the different parts have to work together. You have one hole in that system, then you're vulnerable. And winning for America and winning for Pennsylvania is a team sport. So we need labor leaders at the table. We need the primes. We need the emergent technologies. We need Republicans, Democrats, legislators, governors. That's what it's going to take to win. And that's the spirit of, I think, what we're trying to do here today.
You modeled that incredibly well. I've seen you say that in public and private. So thank you for that. We are truly fortunate that you're putting these unprecedented summits together. Thank you for that. What about you, Mike?
I would agree with what both of you have said. In Korea, we are competing with Chinese shipyards on a daily basis. And so the reason we have the industrial strength we do at our shipyard in Korea is because we are constantly competing. So there is that urgency. So I would agree, but we have the reason we are confident in putting the investment in Philly that we've announced is we see this as a bipartisan issue. We see leadership from the president and the administration with the budget that they put out. We see leadership from Congress on both chambers. We see leadership from the state. That is what gives industry the confidence to invest the money to move forward. So the demand signal, as Danny said, is what drives investment, and we see a bipartisan demand signal that is generational.
We agree that it's a nonpartisan issue, national security. We all need to lean in. What about you, Governor?
I think the biggest risks are a lack of innovation, number one. Number two, a procurement process that is too damn slow at a time where China's moving too fast. I agree with the senator. I said this before. I think China is our biggest threat in this space. And finally, I think isolation is a risk. If we do not rely on our allies to make 1 + 1 = 3 when it comes to innovation, that gives China an advantage. One of the unique advantages we have is we're the United States of America. We're the beacon of hope. We should be the beacon of hope. And we have an opportunity to bring allies in and rely on some of their research institutions, some of their innovation, our capital, their capital, and work together in order to continue to build the modern day arsenal of democracy and allow our national security to grow and flourish. And so those are the risks, but I think those risks are trumped by all of the work that we are doing together to benefit in those areas. We are innovating. I think we can be quicker on procurement at the federal level. I'm seeing signs of that improving, which is good. And I think we got to find our way back to collaborating with allies in order to overcome the obstacle that is China.
I don't know how many states can boast this. We can, that we truly have leaders who think about Pennsylvania first and say, we're going to work together no matter what. Senator, you've put so much heart and time and effort and energy into putting this together. But this is a question for all of you. What is your dream for this summit? We have a wonderful time together. What would you like to see come out of this for all of the people who are attending, watching on live stream? What's your dream for this?
We started with the conversation about Freedom's Forge, and in that moment in American history, how the country came together, the industrialists, the inventors, everybody came together to essentially win the World War and overcome tyranny. And I'm hoping that we won't face that kind of risk, but we'll have that same attitude and spirit of what's happening here. So we're going to have great announcements of business that's going to come to Pennsylvania, great jobs. But really what this is meant to be is a catalyst that really creates more questions than it answers. It creates, everybody should leave here anxious that we're not doing enough, anxious to do more, anxious to work together, anxious to follow up on creating the kind of change that everybody on this panel has talked about. We're on the cusp, but we have to really drive a dramatic transformation in how we think about national security and who's leading the charge. And we got a lot of those potential leaders in this room.
Anyone else?
I would just agree with you, Senator. I really appreciate you pulling this forum together. Aerospace and defense industry is unique, very highly regulated. To be successful in aerospace and defense, it has to be a partnership between industry, academia, and the government. So this is the ecosystem. We greatly appreciate you driving this forward.
Just add again, I think the defense industrial base is changing rapidly. The fact that the Senator has brought us all here together to create those partnerships with our tech companies, with our universities, with our traditional primes, with government, with the private sector, organized labor, that is only going to yield positive things for our national security and for our Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. As I mentioned before, I'm proud of the fact that we've got a growing economy, 5.4% last year. I'm hungry to get to 6. You mentioned we're third in the country, and in that data you said, third's great. I want to be first. I want us to continue to create jobs and economic opportunity. And I think the defense space, with all the promise that it has, ends up being a key part of our growth in this Commonwealth. And so my hope, based on this summit that the Senator organized here, is not so much the conversations that take place up here, but the private conversations that you all have in the hallways that lead to commercial activity, that leads to more job creation in Pennsylvania, leads to more prosperity for Pennsylvanians, and most importantly, more national security for the United States.
I mean, I'll just wrap up with this will energize the system and ensure that we don't get complacent, and bringing all of these leaders together from the financial community, from the business community, from the traditional defense ecosystem and the new entrants. That's how we keep the intensity going and make sure that we collectively win this fight.
That's wonderful. I will say, as a professor, homework assignment for you, if you haven't read Freedom's Forge, do. It is remarkable. It's inspiring. It reminds us that at times of crisis, business has stepped up, working with government. And of course, I will say none of us would be here if it weren't for the teachers, right? Whether it's at any level, including universities. So I would say that it's a wonderful theme that we've put together. Any last comments from you as we wrap up? My goal or my dream is that all of you who are visiting Pennsylvania now, are not from here, remember this place as the very, very special place it is. Incredible resources.
No, we need more than that. Bring your money. Bring
That's,
your
I'm
people.
getting there.
No, it's not. No, we don't want you to have a good memory. We want you to come back if you're from outside Pennsylvania.
I was going there, believe me. As a business professor, I will never forget that we want you to remember how great this place is and come and invest here. Whatever you need, we have a governor that's determined to make us agile and responsive to you. We have a senator that could not be better at bringing all of us together. We have business partners that are here to tell you, and you have university systems at every level saying, come here, we want to grow with you. So thank you all so much for the incredible honor of being here.
welcome our Fireside Chat, the intersection of foreign policy and American prosperity, with our moderator, Chief Executive Officer of Exeter, Brandon Daniels, and our panel, from the Small Business Administration, the Honorable Kelly Loeffler, and United States Ambassador to the United Nations, Michael Waltz.
Well, I think we can go ahead and get started. Thank you, Administrator Loeffler and Ambassador Waltz, for being here. When I first saw this panel and I saw the two of you on it, I thought, this is going to be interesting. You know, you guys sit, as most people think about it, on two sides of policy. And two sides of policy that don't often come together, and at least for the last 30 years, have not come together and have led to a dwindling of our industrial base capacity, a dwindling of our defense capacity, our innovation capacity. And having you both up here recognizes that this administration has brought these concepts together. And so, to start, I would like to ask both of you, when you think about how Americans think about domestic economic policy and financial policy, or excuse me, foreign policy, how are those two things coming together in this administration? How are you bringing together these concepts? How are you defining how the United States can compete by combining small businesses and the power of Pennsylvania and our supply chains, our factories, our workers? And then how are you protecting that from a foreign policy perspective? So I'll start with you, Administrator Loeffler.
Well, thank you, Brandon. It's incredible to be here with you and Ambassador Waltz, and I'm grateful to what the Senator has Senator McCormick and Dina have put together for this year two. At this moment in time, I mean, at America's 250th birthday, we're looking to the next 250. And I'm glad that you mentioned the last 30 years, what has happened. In 1989, President Trump ran an ad in multiple papers before he was President Trump, and he said there's nothing wrong with America's foreign defense policy that a little backbone can't cure. And what was he talking about? He was talking about the convergence of our domestic strength and our foreign policy and the allocation of resources. And as small business administrator, I see it firsthand that on the ground, the strength of our economy, about 46% of which is driven by small businesses and about the same percentage of employment, that economy is going to power us for the next 250 years. And I'm just going to posit that our small business, free enterprise, industrial base has everything to do with our soft power economically and our hard power militarily. And so it's an incredibly exciting moment to have a president that understands how important and how vital this is to America's economic and foreign policy strength.
And Administrator Loeffler, you said something backstage that was so important, right? You said that small business is big business, right? And thinking about that comment and walking out here, I thought, how are we protecting those small businesses that Administrator Loeffler has prioritized from an economic and trade policy perspective?
Yeah, sure. Well, before I answer, I just want to also thank Dave and Dina, Senator McCormick, for pulling this together. Not only this group, but the private sector represented so well, but in the great state of Pennsylvania. And I just have to tell, as a quick aside, in every time I would come up here during 2024, out there campaigning, I would say at least 1 out of 3 people would walk up to me and say, you're going to be a great next senator of the great state of Pennsylvania, thinking I was my big brother, Dave McCormick, my doppelganger. And so they always manage. What a team, what a blessing for the great state of Pennsylvania and for the country. To answer your question, you know, it really does come, and this is, you know, call it what you want, but it really does come from the president, and it comes from the top, and that the tone he has set. Whether it is commercial diplomacy abroad that I see every day in dealing with the Middle East, for example. I mean, the long story short is business binds people, deals bind people. And the more, for example, under the framework of the Abraham Accords, that we're talking about rail and ports and data centers and next-gen AI, the less we're talking about 2,000-year-old grievances that my great-great-grandfather had with your tribe or this country. So that sets the tone. To answer your question on how we come together from the small business to the international space, one of the lessons, and I really want everyone from General Dynamics all the way down to really hear this, one of the lessons that I've learned being in this job that I didn't fully appreciate, there is this massive global ecosystem of regulation that more often than not is screwing over our industry, that is being used and sometimes abused by our competitors and our adversaries abroad. What do I mean by that? Who has ever heard of the International Maritime Organization out of London, or the Food and Agriculture Organization out of Rome, or the International Telecommunication Union out of Geneva? Sometimes run by people who certainly don't have our best interests in heart. Just quick story, the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, was a week away from levying the world's first carbon tax on all global shipping. It would have amounted to about $1 billion a month in fines on our shipping companies. So as we're trying to rebuild shipbuilding here, as we're trying to kind of put a defibrillator on it, that would have been levied on top. We got in there and defeated it. So you ask what we're doing. We need to get in there and fight and win. And I know, particularly in conservative circles, there's a lot of, why don't we just walk away from this disaster of the United Nations? Well, if we did, somebody else would invent it. I don't want to see you in Beijing. We need to get in there and fight and win for our industries. Just one other quick anecdote. Brooke Rollins, Secretary of Agriculture. Why is she coming up to see the UN ambassador? Well, the Food and Agriculture Organization was about to change a few things in their international regulation, because they act as like the world's FDA, that would have completely shut down a lot of our food exports and our farmers. I could keep going but everything in terms of spectrum, undersea cables, radio, telecommunications, you name the industry, there is a global regulatory body that has the EU, the Chinese, the Russians, and everyone else in there. And we have to get in there with an America First agenda and start winning for the small businesses that she's trying to help.
And I want to come back to the point of regulation and governance when we get to AI, so hold that in your mind for a second. But I have a question for you, just following on from the sort of fight for America point. Exeger estimates that there's about $100 billion in illegal transshipment that's coming into the United States. So that's where non-market economies are shipping to Vietnam or Malaysia or Mexico, lower cost tariff regimes, goods, and artificially flooding the United States with cheap goods. And that makes it hard for United States small businesses to compete. What are some ways that we can effectively enforce our trade policy and fight for our economic policy to stop that kind of flood?
Sure. Well, first and foremost, we need to support the president, Ambassador Greer, Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, and the trade policy that they're putting in place. I'm a reinforcing effort on the international stage, but really kind of macro, what does that look like? I mean, the lesson we learned from COVID was things that seemingly cost a few cents can suddenly become a national security liability if we can't make it here at home. So from a macro sense, we want those supply chains reshored here at home in Pennsylvania, in Florida, my home state, or where have you. And if that doesn't make sense, at least in the Western Hemisphere. And I believe that the Abraham Accords was the story of Trump's first term. What's happening in the Western Hemisphere is going to be the story of the president's second term. We already had Argentina coming our way, and look at the transformation in their economy. But now you have Chile, you have Bolivia, you have Venezuela in one of the most amazing military operations in modern history. Colombia, the new inauguration of a conservative government is going to happen August 7th. Honduras, Costa Rica, El Salvador. I just got back from Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic is looking at an alternative space launch site in case something ever happens to Cape Canaveral. And so politically having them shift our way and incentivizing some of those supply chains to come, if it can't come to the United States, at least they're just a few hundred miles away with governments who see things our way. And then I reinforce in terms of keeping the international regulators out of the way of her small businesses. So that's just one way. I don't pretend to have all the answer of transshipment and cheating, but one of the things we can do is get it, let's pull it out of 2,000 miles away and get it right here in our own hemisphere.
Absolutely. Administrator Loeffler, zooming back in on Pennsylvania for a second, we published a report and we put it out with Senator McCormick's team, and thank you guys for including us in this event. And in it, we noted that 880 Pennsylvania companies are single source suppliers for some of our major weapon systems. 880 Pennsylvania companies, and 330 of those actually produce things that are irreplaceable. We don't have other providers. We don't have other capabilities to replace them. So when we talk about national security, is it true that our small businesses are our strategic advantage? And what are we doing to sort of cultivate that industrial-based capacity in places like Pennsylvania?
Well, and you're exactly right. I've been here about a half dozen times because there's so much to see, so much industrial growth and opportunity. But I can say with 100% confidence that small business is the absolute link of necessity in our supply chain. 98% of all manufacturers in America are small businesses. Now, this number is shocking to people, but there's 600,000 of them that have the know-how and the ability, and in many cases serve as that single point of failure. So we need to make sure that we don't have that, and that we have the resilience and the deterrence within that supply chain to not do that. But thank God for those small businesses who do that. I will tell you, walking factory floors, whether it's Don's Machine Shop, Ashley's Machining, Polymer Contours out in Bethlehem near Allentown, Philadelphia shipyards, the ship services within the shipyards. Those are small businesses that without them, the major primes, the major industrials could not do their jobs. And no clearer example of that than when I was at Sig Sauer. Now, Sig Sauer is in New Hampshire, 1,500 employees. They use 1,200 small businesses in their supply chain. Half of their operating expense goes out to 1,200 small businesses. Now, how important is Sig Sauer? They equip all of our military with their sidearm, their rifle, their machine guns. I mean, they are pumping out 5,000 guns a day with 1,200 small businesses in that supply chain. I bet a bunch of them are right here in Pennsylvania, in addition to the dozens that I've seen here. So without our small businesses, that's why the president's policies are so critical. And I have to give the president all credit for saying small business is big business. That is his line. And that is why he passed the working family tax cuts. Had we not had tax cuts, we would have lost those suppliers, their ability to grow, to have that expensing, to save their employees, and to invest. Because when I walk through a factory, inevitably that small business says, that's the wall I'm going to punch out. Or here's the big, beautiful building I just built thanks to 100% expensing, and I'm doubling my workforce as a result of it. So these policies, yes, fair trade has saved this country. Tariffs are one of the most important policies. But tax cuts and tariffs together are rocket fuel for our defense industrial supply chain.
Can I just add on to?
Please
I don't
do,
mean to
yes,
mess up
yes.
Your question flow, but just to add to that point and kind of beat the horse here on the deregulatory piece. I just went to a GM factory outside of Detroit. Why, as a UN ambassador, what the heck is he doing at a General Motors factory with all of their small business subcontractors there? It's because a little agency that basically acts as the Department of Transportation, like federal or global highway safety standards out of Europe, keeps changing the regulation so that GM basically can't export its trucks, and that affects all the way down the small business supply chain. And so we need to get in there and fight and change that. And so when the president says, well, why don't I see Ford pickup trucks or GM trucks in Germany or Switzerland? Yes, it's a tariff piece, but it's all of these non-tariff trade impediments, and a lot of them come out of the UN and international organizations. So again, when the president sets the tone of commercial diplomacy and help our businesses grow, it permeates all the way down. And I built a business as well. I've got to be one of the 3 people in the State Department that can read a balance sheet. It's not the normal place that we would engage. Normally, you're worried about all of these geopolitical issues, Gaza, Sudan, what have you. We do that too. But really, it's putting this first and foremost. And if we're keeping the federal government out of the way, let's keep the international globalist government way out of the way.
Staying on your regulations point, because I think this is an interesting one. I think it was General Gutlein that said to me, I know how to defeat China. And I said, how's that? He said, make them follow the FAR. So in terms of regulations, how are we stripping back what isn't necessary and what's just checking the box from our small businesses to unleash our innovation as a country?
Well, this is what this administration is doing in real time, removing about 129 regulations for each new regulation so far. Under the Biden administration, they created an additional $6 trillion of regulatory compliance costs, an average of 356 hours per year of additional regulatory compliance. I'm very pleased to say that this week we announced with the Department of War a pause to the implementation of Level 2 of the Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification, otherwise known as CMMC, which was really holding back our defense industrial supply chain in measurable ways, to the extent of losing thousands of small suppliers that could not bear the cost of a $200,000 to $600,000 compliance. Of course, we still have to have defense-grade cyber, and we absolutely will. But as you said, burdensome compliance that doesn't actually achieve its aims is just fighting a battle that we can't win as a small business. So this is going to be a powerful moment to shift toward more of continuous compliance, to have stronger cyber security, but to strengthen those small businesses that were literally dropping out of the supply chain by the thousands.
Our case in point, when I was in Congress on the Armed Services Committee, the Defense Department came with their hair on fire that the cost of ammunition, they needed a supplemental, they weren't be able to produce here. And it turned out, as we pulled the thread on it, there's a rare earth called antimony that you have to have to create ammunition. We pulled the thread further. The only 3 places in the world left that antimony is mined and refined is Kyrgyzstan, Russia, and China. Okay, not good. I asked the Defense Department, what are you doing about it? They said, no, the State Department has demarched China, why they withheld the last 4 shipments. Oh my God, that was the plan. And it turns out there's a mine. There was a shut down mine here in Pennsylvania. There were 5 in Idaho and Utah. And the common thread through all of it was NEPA and the National Park Service's interpretation of the law and their rulemaking. So basically the biggest ally in shutting down our ammunition flow was, and I think they mean well sometimes they do not, but the National Park Service. And so it's a whole of government, as Kelly was just saying, it's a whole of government effort to peel back these decades of layers. And again, when the president sends that North Star, then the administration then follows and executes.
Your point on critical minerals is an important one, and Pennsylvania is one of those core places where innovation is rampant, and also natural resources work in tandem. I mean, germanium, antimony, gallium, all of those, things that were put under export control in China in 2024 actually can come from coal waste and fly ash and, recycled materials that are here in Pennsylvania. So thank you for that. But one thing, so we've talked about, we've got the people. Now we've got to do a Rosie the Riveter campaign and get kids to think that these trades jobs are cool again. We've got the land. We're deregulating, right? The next bastion, from my perspective, is AI, robotics, and removing the last strategic advantage our adversaries and competitors have, which is labor arbitrage. And AI, robotics, automation, they level our playing field. Administrator Loeffler, how are you thinking about moving AI, robotics, automation investments into our small businesses and re-energizing that industrial base?
Well, it's something I talk with small businesses about all the time. And frankly, they're educating me. I'll walk a factory floor and they'll show me how they've taken 2 months out of production planning time thanks to AI, automation, robotics. Here at Amstead Rail, it's a 149-year-old rail production and repair company here that really creates generational knowledge transfer, which we've lost in our, unfortunately, over the last 50 years in our education system. They're now the convergence of the physical and the digital. They were pointing out, we're bringing in a robotic welder to go here, but in order to do that, we have to hire 1 or 2 people. So this is not an either or. It's a strategic decision to invest in automation and people. And just down the road, 30 minutes from here, is Dauphin County Technical School, where I visited, and they're training kids at that intersection of digital and physical. And these are not dirty jobs. These are factory floor engineering jobs that are going to enable us to reshore entire industries. And we don't have to do it with thousands and thousands of people in a single factory. Most factories I walk through are 100 people, and sometimes 15 who are producing major parts using 15 CNC machines, plasma cutting, welding, and all of that. So it's a really exciting time, but we've got to get our young people, because most business owners, no matter the industry, be it manufacturing or otherwise, say their biggest constraint is skilled workers. And that's a real challenge that we have to take on. And this administration is, I think Workforce Pell will put out billions into the hands of families to get kids into good paying careers, lifetime careers that can even become entrepreneurial. You learn to do HVAC or welding, you can go out on your own and start your own business as well. So it's really an exciting time if we can grasp that opportunity.
And Ambassador Waltz, when we think about AI regulation and global AI regulation, what are we not seeing on the world stage that can help us or hurt us in terms of AI development, AI capacity? I mean, it feels like the Europe and UN are consolidating around potentially a more regulated version of AI development, and I don't know if the rest of the world's following that. Can you give us some insight?
Well, here's where, just to set the stage to answer that question, at the United Nations up in New York, you have the UN General Assembly, 193 countries there, and they're constantly passing these resolutions and strongly worded letters and what have you. And at first, it's like, who cares? They're non-binding. Like, what's the big deal? The UN Security Council is the only thing, when they pass something, it's binding in international law. I wasn't paying that much attention in the General Assembly. Here's what I've learned. A lot of these countries, these middle-sized and particularly the smaller countries that may have 6 people in a ministry and not a lot of capacity in their legislative bodies, basically take these resolutions that come out of the UN General Assembly and copy and paste them right into their laws and right into their regulatory schemes. And it has been a phenomenal way that our adversaries in some cases, or people who do not think like us in terms of right now where we are with the EU and what I call AI freedom, propagate their ideas through over 100 countries with one resolution, right? So again, back to my kind of operating premise of we got to get in there and start fighting and winning, and we are doing that. In the AI space, they are following that model. They did this model through climate, and now we're talking, believe it or not, people are talking about climate reparation funds and all of this nonsense. So we have to start ESG, this started this way. And in the AI space, there is a lot of conversations about AI governance. I am fighting back with AI freedom, but honestly, I can only block and tackle and oppose for so long. At some point, we need to be for something. What do we want it to look like? What are the rules of the road, for example, with AI and a nuclear enterprise? And where in the chain do we keep the human in the loop or not? And so all of those conversations are being had. I'm going to host, I hope I don't get too far ahead of my team, a conference up in New York on AI governance and global governance or freedom, however you want. And I would encourage a lot of our private sector colleagues that are here today to please join us, please reach out to us. I want this to be private sector led. Let's keep government at a minimum. That's my conservative bias, but at some point we need a framework that works for our innovators, but that also keeps this thing from completely going off the rails.
Okay, so we've got just a minute left, but I'd love to get this one last question and hear 30 seconds from each of you. And I'll start with you, Ambassador Waltz, and I'll come to you, Administrator Loeffler. If someone looks back 10 years from now and says, these are the 2 or 3 critical things that we did in Washington and Pennsylvania to strengthen this country and to reindustrialize, what will those 2 or 3 decisions that made the most impact be? And I'll start with you.
Off the top of my head, I mean, that's a long question. That's a long answer, but the quick answer: shipbuilding to move our goods, energy to power it all, and space. That is the ultimate high ground. And you have to have, which I know the administrator is working hard on, you have to have the workforce that is trained and ready to do all of that.
Yep.
If we get those right, I think it's probably not the entire answer, but it's a B+, and we're definitely ahead of our competitors.
Sounds like an A. Administrator Loeffler.
Just to not repeat any of the Mike's spot-on answers, tariffs, tax cuts, and deregulation. We have 630,000 manufacturing jobs open in this country. Without those 3 things, we cannot fill those jobs. We cannot have a strong industrial base, and we cannot continue to be the exceptional nation. So this is thanks to President Trump's leadership, and I think we're going to be remembered for it.
Hallelujah for tariff enforcement. Well, with that, thank you, Senator McCormick. Thank you, Honorable Dina McCormick. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. And thank you, most importantly, to both of you.
Before we go, it's a little bit of a jest, but not. I have 2 of my Make the UN Great Again hats for you all. It's no longer Unga, it's Munga, all right? So here we go. Pass that on down. There we go.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. See you guys in New York. Please come through.
Thank you.
China. It's a phrase that has become an almost daily reminder of the global economic challenge facing the U.S.
The artificial intelligence boom is devouring the world's supply of memory chips.
Right now, China holds a near monopoly over these strategic metals that are key components in so much that makes the modern world go. Rare earth elements, smartphones, robotics, EVs, also fighter jets, drones, and radar technology. China controls materials essential to America's ability to wage war.
We need to have supply chains for critical minerals that are reliable and diverse across the world.
We're going to manufacture semiconductors and steel and aluminum, and we're going to build big things in our country again. That is President Trump's agenda.
Let's invest in Pennsylvania. For national security purposes, for our economic well-being, Pennsylvania can lead on defense reindustrialization. Pennsylvania can lead on energy and AI innovation. We're in a battle with our main adversary, China, for leadership, and so Pennsylvania can be at the forefront.
welcome our next panel, Choke Points, Critical Minerals and Manufacturing Capacity, featuring our moderator, the Honorable Dina Powell McCormick, and our panel, President and Chairman of the Export-Import Bank, the Honorable John Giovanni, Chairman and CEO of Lockheed Martin, Jim Takelin, President and Chief Operating Officer of Blackstone, John Gray, and Chief Technology Officer of Palantir Technologies, Shyam Sankar.
Good morning, everyone. We are so delighted and actually really honored to have all of you come here to Pennsylvania. You know, Dave and I take our girls to the Army-Navy game every year, and usually it's in Philadelphia. And the saying for the Army-Navy game is whether you're rooting for Army, like our family and the War College participants today, or Navy, America always wins. And these are four leaders who are so committed to ensuring that America continues to win and to continues to be the military strength that we need it to be in the world. So I'm so excited to moderate this panel. And I'm actually going to start with John Gray. I'm worried John thinks that Dave and I are kind of like his groupies, because we love it when he comes and stars at any of our events. And last year, he came to the Energy and Innovation Summit in Pittsburgh, and Blackstone, under his leadership, made a remarkable investment, a $25 billion commitment to power in Pennsylvania and Allentown. And I'd love to start with you and an update on the project.
Well, thank you, Dina. It is great to be here and be back in Pennsylvania. I think you and your husband deserve enormous credit, because these convenings not only give an opportunity for lots of people to talk and meet, but they catalyze action. And so last year we came here, we said we were going to do $25 billion in digital and energy infrastructure. A year later, today we can say, and we said we'd do that over a decade, by the way. Today we said, you know, we're actually on pace to do $40 billion, and we're going to do it in 5 years. So more than 50% more investment in half the time. And that, I think, is what this is all about. And you've done it on two super important topics. Last year, it was on digital and energy infrastructure, which supports all the innovation that's happening. Today, it's on our national security, which, of course, is such an imperative for our country. But all of it is integrated, because you can't have one without the other. So we're proud to be here. I would also just say that the state itself deserves a lot of credit. Obviously, Senator McCormick, Senator Fetterman, Governor Shapiro, in terms of what is happening on the ground in this state, creating fast tracking for permitting, as long as you build things in the right way, that is so important. I think one of the big challenges we see around the world today, it's true in our country and other Western democracies, is we're making it just too hard to build things. Infrastructure, energy, housing. This is a state that works. This is a state where people say on a bipartisan basis, we want to see things get done, get built, and that's why you're seeing so much economic activity. So we're honored to be here.
Well, thank you. And frankly, you have an ability to invest in every state in the country. I do think there's a mix of very special things here in Pennsylvania. And you have a history, you and Mindy, here in Pennsylvania. You went to Penn. You have dedicated an enormous amount of resources to cancer research. You're one of the largest philanthropists at the University of Pennsylvania. So I just want to say a special thank you, personal thank you to you and Mindy.
Thank you, Dina.
So Jim, we are so excited you're here. And you keep hearing this theme, Freedom's Forge. And as we celebrate America's 250th birthday, it's extra special for Pennsylvanians, the birthplace of our nation, that we have another moment where the arsenal of freedom is being built in a different way. When you think about it, during World War II, Americans, Pennsylvanians came together to really build the arsenal that defeated tyranny in the world. And today it's a different kind of arsenal, both one from a national perspective, security perspective, but frankly, a jobs arsenal, an infrastructure arsenal. Why is Lockheed so committed to that whole premise, and particularly here in Pennsylvania?
Well, it's an important time in our history as a country where the threats outside of our nation are gaining instead of waning. And it's also important for us to bring a notion of 21st century security into the defense enterprise. And by the defense enterprise, I mean Congress, federal government, and industry. And by industry, I don't just mean the 5 major defense leaders. It's all of American industry needs to come to this problem because it's basically solving an engineering equation. We have an escalating threat environment, and all you have to do is pick up the paper and look around the world. It's happening as we speak. The second thing is the technology is going faster forward than any time in human history, both digital and physical technology. And we have a limited resource, the defense budget. Now, the current administration, hopefully with Congress's approval, will elevate that resource to a level where we really can perform as industry and really can perform as a government and the military to get the deterrence level to where it really, really needs to be to help prevent armed conflict. So that's the reason. The way to do it is to, we think, create a 21st century security strategy, which we started at Lockheed when I came off the board of directors and joined as CEO about 6 years ago, that has 3 elements. And I think the entire nation needs to embrace these 3 elements too. And it is with this current administration, and it is with the new entrants coming in, the new investors that are participating. This is a great moment in our history to meet this challenge. The 3 pieces of the strategy are, we've got to build more resilience and scalability into the defense production system. It was left to kind of moderate into a steady state kind of system, a lot of fragility in the supply chain, a lack of resource to do advanced parts ordering and other things like that that would provide an anti-fragility dynamic to this situation. But now we're remedying that with the current administration in place. We are actually doing commercial type deals which will allow 7 to 10-year contracts for major defense systems. And we've got the frameworks already announced with the department for a number of those in the missiles and defensive missiles area. The second piece of this is to really embrace commercial technology under an open architecture system, which I know a couple of panels have already mentioned. We were pushing that from 2020 onward, and we were reaching out to partners like NVIDIA and Verizon and Microsoft, et cetera. And we've got like 12 major commercial industrial technology partners that are helping us. And then the third piece of this is to internationalize the production and especially the sustainment system, because we need to have facilities around the world where our forces are deployed and our allies live. So if we can do those 3 things, and again, I see everything in this administration pointing to all 3 of those, we're going to be really successful. And Pennsylvania is a great place to do this. I'm from Pittsburgh, and the kind of people that we have here, the work ethic, the industrial capacity, the history, it's the best place to really scale up.
And tell us about some of your biggest investments to date in Pennsylvania.
So we have a very significant investment in Valley Forge as a company. We don't advertise it very widely, but among other things, it
This
makes...
is off the record right now. I'm just kidding. It's not.
It's right next to the King of Prussia Mall, just as an example. But out in Valley Forge, what we do is, among other things there, very high-tech, strategic nuclear reentry vehicles for seaborne and land-based missiles, which is probably the most significant. Those systems, as scary as they may be, are probably the most significant contributor to not having had World War III since 1945. And that's done right here in Pennsylvania. The University of Pennsylvania feeds us plenty of engineers that we need to do that kind of really sophisticated work. Also, up in Archbald near Scranton, we make components, key components for our air defense missiles, and we have done that for years there. And in Johnstown, you can see my Pittsburgh accent come out a little bit, I guess, on that. In Johnstown, we make components for aircraft like F-35 and C-130 and F-16. So we have the expertise, we have the engineering talent in the state, we have the educational system. I just talked to the governor about workforce development. The state is willing and has created partnerships with whether it's high school intern programs or community colleges. We do these in other states too. We're going to do more of it in Pennsylvania because the workforce, the ready workforce is here.
That's so terrific. You know, Mr. Chairman, the numbers in Pennsylvania are pretty remarkable in terms of the defense tech and defense sector jobs. So 190,000 Pennsylvanians work in the defense industry. For more than 288,000 parts across 2,000 weapon systems, Pennsylvanians are the single supplier for those parts. I mean, that's a pretty remarkable number. Was that one of the reasons why your very first investment as chairman was a very exciting investment here in Pennsylvania?
So you're talking about 6K Additive, which is a fantastic business. It's actually the first time ever in 90 plus years of XM's history that we partnered with the Department of War. And we did it because we knew we needed to rebuild America's industrial base. And if we say that national security is economic security, what we're really saying is supply chain resiliency and supply chain security is foundational. And so if we think about the founding of XM, President Franklin Roosevelt in 1934 started the bank in order to finally drag the American economy out of the Great Depression. The idea was we needed well-paying, hardworking jobs abundantly available in America, and we needed that to spark an industrial capacity built out. Only a few short years later, we would obviously repurpose that industrial capacity to win World War II. Thereafter, on those same shoulders, we put the obligation to rebuild the free world, to really shape the modern era. And so a lot of the challenges that they faced in 1934, we face today. And the team up here is grappling with them. How do we rebuild America's industrial base? How do we make sure all the innovators here can also deliver? And that's where we're facing a considerable choke point, right? And this is where, but look, before that, what Dave said yesterday about Pennsylvania being the place to be if you want to build, if you want to innovate, is so true. Abundant natural resources, a desire to build, a desire to create, a workforce that is growing and advancing by the day. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a Pennsylvanian by marriage, right? It's true. But the choke point is considerable. And this is where Senator McCormick's work on bipartisan, sensible permit reform is so critical. And everybody out here, you're all leaders, you all have a voice, you all have an ability to push this forward. Business Roundtable's work says, get this, $1.5 trillion worth of projects in America are waiting on the sidelines, just waiting for sensible permitting, right? And if we want to unleash America's industrial capacity, if we want to be able to deliver the American dream for another 250 years, which at XM, that's really our role in the play, we think, is how do we partner with industry to do that? We need the sensible reform. You need to make your voices heard because we need it desperately.
You are really reforming the XM Bank, and it is now getting a new major boost from the president himself. Tell us just in general, what are some of your priorities under your term, and what the XM Bank can really do in the defense tech industry?
Well, it's remarkable. Thanks to the president's leadership, we've really been able to reawaken so much muscle memory because for a good chunk of those 92 years now, we did big transformative things. And so we've refocused the bank on 4 key priorities. Number one, let's go back to basics, right? The reason why we were founded is how do we help American companies win all around the world so they can employ more people here at home? Number two, energy dominance, energy security. How can we be the bank helping deliver American energy molecules and technologies to every corner of the globe? And like I think Toby said yesterday, if you're a state in America that's exporting energy, your people enjoy the lowest cost of electricity. It's not an accident, guys. Number three, supply chain security, whether it's Project Vault, whether it's supply chain resiliency. But most importantly, I think for this audience is number four. How can we be a bank as old as we are, right, to help deliver wins in the industries of the future, whether it's dual-use technology, advanced mobility, supply chain security, artificial intelligence, where we're the first federal agency in the president's global AI export plan to do our homework. We've shown up, reformed our policy. If you win, we win as a country, and it's our obligation to partner with you to help.
So terrific. Sean, so proud of all that you and Alex and the team have built at Palantir. Just really remarkable. And it's exciting to see how you're working with Jim and of course, the large defense companies. But tell us how it has been to make those partnerships, because obviously these are larger companies, sometimes a bit more bureaucratic than an innovative startup. How are you guys working together?
Well, very closely. I mean, it's a partnership born out of the critical moment that we face. Jim talked about how the threats are gaining, not waning. And it's been a galvanizing moment for the entire industrial base, from new entrants to the primes that have led the way. Let us not allied over the fact that the weapon systems that have really met their moment in the current conflict are dominated by the weapon systems that our great American primes build. And we have a lot of work to do to scale the innovations for low cost and attritables into these sorts of fights as well. The number one thing that we can all rally behind is that innovation is a consequence of productivity. This is the fundamental calculus that we got wrong with globalization, thinking that we here in the US could do innovation and we would send the production somewhere else. And of course, by seeding that stimulus, we actually gave our adversaries that stimulus to go drive up the stack towards innovation. So maximizing how much we're bringing back here, we need to make more of the current weapon systems we make, but we also then need to take that stimulus and say, how do we make those weapon systems better, faster, cheaper? What can we be redesigning? How do we get more industrial capacity online? And I think there's no more, in the birthplace of America here, we should remember that most of the founding fathers were 20 years old. That they were really founders. We call them the founding fathers for a reason. And that the rebirth of our American industrial capacity is going to come out of the young entrepreneurial spirit that is so, so dominant in America.
Well, and you have been particularly focused on new kinds of weapons, faster, more agile. Here in Pennsylvania, you've heard a lot about the shipyards and shipbuilding. Tell us about the program that you just launched with the U.S. Navy called Ships OS.
Yeah, ShipOS is really an operating system for shipbuilding. If you look pound for pound, American shipbuilding versus Chinese shipbuilding, a lot has been said about how the Chinese have 232 times the shipbuilding capacity. But if you actually measure with a stopwatch how much time it takes them to turn wrenches and weld, and you measure that against the American worker, it's actually the same. So that means the reason it takes us longer is really bureaucracy. It's dead weight loss, it's coordination overhead, it's latency in the supply chain. It has nothing to do with physics and everything to do with how we're choosing to organize ourselves. So ShipOS intends to give the Navy a kind of central command center view, total visibility through the supply chain, across the production manufacturing processes, to identify those bottlenecks so that we can bring time and attention to that, delete that dead weight loss, and get back to dominating freedom of navigation the world over.
So it's a major software system.
It's a major software system that's tying together all the disparate parts, the big shipyards, the shipbuilders, the supply chain, and it's actually bringing AI to the front, the deck plate. We have a Pennsylvania submarine parts supplier that was able to delete. It used to take them 2 weeks to do production planning, and during that time, the line was mostly down. They were able to automate production planning. So instead of 2 weeks, it took 0.2 of a second. And they had so much additional work to do, they hired a third shift. This is one of the most important narratives, I think, with AI that the doomers are kind of crowding out, that actually we are adding jobs, we are adding industrial capacity, we are getting more efficient. There may be job losses from AI, but they're going to be in China.
I'll second that. Yeah, that deserves a round of applause, I think, doesn't it?
Here's one real-life data point for you, Sham, and this was terrific. So last week, we did a swing through Ohio and Western Pennsylvania. And by the way, there's so much activity that not just that we're funding or about to fund in Western Pennsylvania, we could have stayed for a week, right? But we were at GE Aerospace's innovation facility in Cincinnati, and seeing AI up close and personal embedded in their work, there weren't fewer people on the factory floor. The people that were there were supercharged. They had power to really compress timelines and to do more faster.
Our economy is supply constrained. If we can produce more, the demand is there. The demand is rearing, ready to go. We can lean into this. It's going to underwrite American prosperity. It's going to underwrite the next 250 years of America's future.
Although none of this happens without manufacturing and infrastructure investing. And Blackstone, of course, is at the top of the list across the country in those investments. John, I don't think people focus enough on how critical foundational infrastructure is to defense.
Well, if you think about where we're heading as an economy and a world, this compute age is so important, and all the innovation and technology and it will be the dominant theme. It's needed for medical advances, certainly on the military front, it's critical for our competitiveness globally. All of this matters. But it sits on a foundation, to your point, Dina, and that foundation is things like energy, which are critically important. And so it's everything from natural gas, which this state has in abundant supply, it's renewables. Over time, it'll be nuclear energy, it's pipelines, it's the utilities that will create the electricity we need. Then it's data centers, which really, create that compute as well. We are the largest investor in the world in data centers. We're one of, if not the largest investors in the whole energy ecosystem, because we recognize we need this industrial capability for our economy and obviously for our national security as well. It is critical, it is foundational to everything. And I think this issue of making sure we can allow it to happen is so important. We were involved in, for the last 16 years, bringing hydropower, renewable power, from Canada, Quebec, to Queens and New York to power 20% of the homes in the city. Amazing project. Everyone would say, great, helps drive down consumer costs, all this. The only problem is it took us 16 years to do the project, 8,000 filings. So we need to say at the federal level, at the state, at the local level, we've got to build these things. And if we build it, it creates so much of this opportunity. And it is essential for our innovation, competitiveness. But this whole discussion today around the military, innovation, autonomous vehicles, everything that's going to happen out there is going to be dependent, cyber, on this technology. So the foundation, investing here in this state in energy and digital infrastructure and across the country is so important.
And in addition to infrastructure being so foundational, so are rare earths, minerals, critical minerals. Jim, you've been supportive of President Trump's initiative to actually build a rare earth magnet supply chain, which is vital if you're building platforms like the F-35. Tell us how important that whole supply chain really is.
Well, it's critical because these rare earths and magnets go into components, which go into subsystems, which go into major weapon systems, like the F-35, as you said. And so we could have a part that is, a cubic square inch that we can't get because China has stopped the supply of them.
Yeah.
And that will stop the entire production line and the entire production system. I know Exim Bank is getting very involved in this. The Department of War is very, very involved in this, making their own investments. We are both supportive and applauding this effort, and actually have provided the DOW, and we will also provide to you, John, the specific list of rare earths and minerals that we need to stockpile, because whether it's withholding from China or our not ability to ramp this up as quickly as we'd like inside the United States, we need to have a stockpile too. So all of that activity and effort is going on in cooperation between industry and government in a way that I haven't seen it before, which is very positive. There's another element that goes into all of our systems that has emerged very recently as being just as critical, and that is memory chips. So random access memory chips used to be more or less a commodity. They're open market, lots of supply, market clearing at reasonable prices. Because of the data center demand, the demand has skyrocketed. The supply hasn't changed that much yet. And therefore, the next critical mineral is already becoming memory chips. And so I would also advocate, similar to the critical mineral stockpiling, internal sources, and allocation to the defense and aerospace industry so that we can build these systems, that we now start another initiative. And we've made this suggestion and recommendation to the DOW already on memory chips, because we will start stopping lines and delaying deliveries because the memory chips are not only radically more expensive, they're just not available.
And that's actually, you're right, been a focus of the Exim Bank, a supply chain under Project Vault. Tell us a little bit about your goal there.
So it's actually a perfect example of American innovation and ingenuity, because when the president challenged us to figure out a way to stand up a critical supply chain, critical raw material strategic reserve, you know, the first logical thing to do is go out and canvass the world and say there must be a really smart idea for us to copy. And what we quickly realized was the way we were going to win and compete better was not to be like our rivals, but to put forth the most American solution possible. So we went back to basics. We said, all right, what can we do? We can partner with the best, most innovative, robust industry. Let's make it demand-driven. Let's have them be the partner. Let's crowd in private sector capital. Let's make it an ecosystem that can also serve as being a creditworthy counterparty in the market that could spark all sorts of other things. You know, it's the old Chinese adage, you don't want to create a solution that invites a new set of problems. We wanted to do the inverse, right? We wanted to create a solution that could solve a number of problems. And so I think what's really important is to have the shock absorber for the shortages. And again, we're a small part of the president's very large, very robust initiative. But what we're really trying to do is to say, how can we take a new approach to these things? And I think this summit, both last year and this year's, Dina, is a perfect example, because for us to try to think that we're going to solve these gargantuan issues in the federal government, where 1 unit of our input yields 1 unit of our output, we're never going to get there. We need to crowd in private sector capital. We need all the innovators in here. We need big industry to think together, to partner, and that's exactly what we're trying to accomplish with Project Bulb.
Well, it is the best example of team sport. And obviously everything the XM Bank in terms of bringing public and private together has been like that. I think what feels different, and I'm going to start with Sham and ask each of you this question, is just how fast things are moving. You know, it used to be you'd have a 5-year plan. A Project Vault might have been a 5-year plan. Well, I think the whole ball game is the next 3 years if we're really talking about competing with China, and America's values and national and economic security are at stake if we don't lead. So I want to ask each of you, a year from now, what are you most hopeful about and what risk are you most worried about?
Well, the exciting part is how much the learned helplessness is shook off. It kind of shows you how much we were slowing ourselves down just by limiting. It was a failure of imagination in so many ways. So the thing I'm most excited about over the next year is unleashing this human potential and creativity. I already see it in uniformed service members. The number of applications, the amount of tooling they're able to build for themselves and to realize this vision. You know, I see it on the factory floor as well. A foreman who's able to build AI applications that improve yield by 50% and reduce downtime by 20%. AI is going to be the antidote to the 20th century's managerial revolution. It's going to empower the American worker, and I think that's going to be very, very clear in a year. The thing I'm most worried about, you know, the greatest threat to America is not homicide by an adversary, it's suicide. It's losing our national will, it's losing the motivation, it's putting moratoriums on data centers, it's deciding that we're not even going to try. And I think it's incumbent on all of us to make the argument to the American people that actually we are all invested in underwriting American prosperity. This is the path to get there. It is happening. It's going to benefit every single American.
Well, and Alex made a big splash this week talking about his view about what's happening in the future. How do you kind of reconcile some of the concerns with that excitement and innovation?
Well, I think it starts with, you know, as an industry, we should hold ourselves highly accountable to what is the rate at which we are turning these tokens into economic value. And we should be trying to make that faster and faster, better and better. And the token itself is a means to the end. And there's a little bit of confusion in the Valley about how valuable the token is. Well, that's going to be determined by the people who use these tokens and the results that we see in these businesses and their growth and the prosperity of the worker. And I think there is a real question of, you know, every business wants to own its compounding asset. What is the alpha in the business versus what is the beta? And a lot of the know-how, the knowledge that's accumulated is the firm. And so we want to empower these companies to put that into a model that they feel they have control over, that they're not ceding their sovereignty and their prosperity as a consequence of doing that. And I think there very much is a technical solution to doing that.
Makes sense. John.
So most optimistic would be about this new industrial revolution and what it's going to mean, particularly around blue-collar jobs in America. The scale of projects we're building in digital infrastructure and energy, some of the reindustrialization and manufacturing, what we're talking about today in defense, that I think is going to exceed people's expectations. The scale of it, the impact on people's lives, the jobs that will be created, that's what gives me the most excitement. I would also say over longer term, what I think it's going to do to healthcare will be extraordinary. I share the same concern that people, whenever you have a moment like this, with this kind of transformation, it's natural for people to get nervous. And so you're beginning to see this, hey, maybe we should just completely stop this. We don't really understand. And for so many reasons, that feels like the wrong path to follow. And so I think part of this is showing people the benefits, that it's creating jobs in communities, that it's improving healthcare, that in many cases you can drive down energy costs, share benefits with utilities. Meta's doing a terrific job in this area, that there's a lot of good that's going to come from this. And then again, I think on a military standpoint, I think we need these capabilities. You can't have the greatest military in the world, which all of us are committed to, we have today, but it's tied to this technology. So my concern is just that in the dislocation and uncertainty that's created in a moment of transition like this, that people slow it down inadvertently, and there are all sorts of negatives that come from that. So I think the education, highlighting the benefits, really important, and there are a lot of good things that's going to come from this technological change.
Definitely. Jim?
I think the opportunity, Dina, is to create overwhelming military advantage from the marriage of the digital technologies like AI, autonomy, distributed cloud, et cetera, and the technologies that can deliver mass. And so I'll give you a couple quick examples of this. First of all, to deliver mass, an effect on an enemy or threaten an effect on an enemy that will cause them to not act against you, you have to have three things. Range, you got to get to where the problem is. You have to have payload, a big enough ability to carry weight, whether it's people or explosives, to be just frank about it, to do the job. And you have to have survivability, the ability to not get intercepted and shot down yourself before you get to the target, or the ability to actually penetrate radar systems and get into a place where you can do the mission. So you must have range, payload, and survivability. And how do we make that marriage work? I'll give you two quick examples, because I think these are optimistic examples. One is, right outside, there's something called a HIMARS vehicle, which looks kind of like a tank with wheels on it. And it's a rocket launcher. It's a mobile rocket launcher that has been used for decades in the US Army and around the world with other allied armies to deliver rocket power to the enemy location. It's been very effective, but it has people in it normally. There's one outside that doesn't have a steering wheel, and we have teamed up with we have teamed up with Carnegie Robotics in Pennsylvania to automate that vehicle so that you don't have to put people at risk. They never get tired, they never make a mistake. And this is now an autonomous rocket launcher that the Army can incorporate very quickly with its training and its people and its deployment and its maintenance teams and everything else. So that's one example. Another one is, again, marrying a new entrant, if you will, to a legacy usable product at scale for the military is a company called Saildrone, is our partner. They make autonomous boats as well, very successful so far. But they don't have a way to deliver range, payload, and survivability to a warfighting situation. So we have gotten married with Saildrone as partner, and we're putting our Mark 41 launcher, which the Navy uses all over on its big ships, its small ships, its training programs, its supply chain. We're installing those launchers and all the missiles that go on them that the Navy, again, already has and uses, so that an autonomous boat can now be an offensive weapon and a major deterrent to armed conflict using stockpiles we already have of missiles. So those are kind of examples of a way to marry the new entrants, the new money, the new technology into range, payload, and survivable systems where we can have a real deterrent effect that will be much greater than we can have today.
And those are moving fast. Those are here or will be here very quickly.
That's right.
I'll be very quick. I've never been more optimistic about our ability to deliver the American Dream 2.0 for another 250 years. I see it every single day across America with everything we do. Challenge. We have to change the conversation out there on AI. Infrastructure span, compute capacity, that all means a lot to us. The everyday American is worried about how is it going to impact the future of my children? How can it deliver me better health care? What happens to my electricity prices? And what you all have been doing, particularly you, Dina, to bring it to communities around the country is mission critical, because this is going to be the shot in the arm to reindustrialize America, to bring about competitiveness, and to deliver the safe, prosperous world that we want our grandchildren to inherit.
Wow, thank you. What a wonderful way to end. As I thank our panelists, I also want to thank the War College for hosting us and make sure that some of our guests, like Ambassador Stuart Holliday, who loves the Navy, doesn't think I don't love the Navy, because we do. We are really so proud of all of you. Thank you so much for this wonderful panel. Thank you for joining us.
Please welcome, for our Spotlight discussion, a conversation with the Honorable John Ratcliffe, Director of the Central Intelligence Agency, moderated by Dan Senor, host of the Call Me Back podcast and partner at Elliott Investment Management.
Director Ratcliffe, thank you for being here. Welcome to Pennsylvania.
Dan, it's great to be here in Pennsylvania. I wanted to very quickly thank Senator McCormick for the invitation to be here. Dave and his wife Dina have been friends for a long time, great partners. And you have another pretty good senator too, Senator Fetterman. I was telling someone the other day, Dan, that Washington would work a lot better if every state followed the Pennsylvania model and we had the kind of collegiality, partnership, bipartisanship, where everyone's represented by two outstanding senators. So hopefully that'll take place.
Great. Worthy of an applause. I want to jump into your current job. You're the only person, I think, to my knowledge, who's been both the director of the CIA and the head of National Intelligence, DNI, in the last Trump administration. You served a number of terms in Congress. You've been doing a lot of innovative things at the CIA, which I want to talk about. But let me just, at a high level, the CIA has had to navigate through, if you look through its history, some really important technological frontiers, moments, challenges, had to really innovate from the development of the U-2 in the 1950s during the Cold War, which was partially a CIA project. Fast forward to In-Q-Tel, the creation of In-Q-Tel in 1999. So you're now director of the CIA during a moment that almost eclipses, it seems, like those periods in terms of the pace of innovation. So as CIA director, how do you think about that? How do you prioritize this moment? You've got a lot just day to day to deal with, and then you've got these big, gravity shifting beneath our feet innovative moments.
Well, Dan, you said it exactly. I mean, the age that we live in, the pace of exponential technological change really, it has to be the priority of the CIA. It's one of the reasons that when I came in, I talked about, look, the stark reality of it is that the CIA's future as an intelligence service, and I would say more broadly, our future as a nation, depends on the CIA's ability to adapt, and deploy emerging technologies, both offensively and defensively, better than our adversaries, to continue to give our policymakers the strategic advantage that they need for our continued success. And so it's why from day one, people say, what are your top priorities? I would always say, well, China, emerging technologies. Now I've started to say emerging technologies, China. In many ways, they're 1 and 1A. In many ways, they're the same challenge because, yes, adversaries like Russia compete with us, other adversaries on the technological front, but China's different. We're the largest economy in the world. China's the second largest. Russia's economy is about the size of my home state of Texas. So they have to choose where they're going to compete, where China competes with us across the board. So, and we've seen, to use your examples of things that are important, if China gets a technological advantage of us, and I'll just use 5G as an example, the problems that Huawei created in that space, that's a real problem. We can't let that happen. So when we talk about things now like frontier AI models and the fact that Western technology is ahead, we need to make sure that we're taking advantage of that. And from the CIA's perspective, that means that we have to have the ability to make sure that we're deploying that and our officers are able to use that. And so the focus of things like, I elevated cyber to a mission center for the first time, created the Directorate of Mission Systems so that we changed our entire information technology architecture so that we can onboard all of these technologies and be in a place where our officers are always at the leading cutting edge. And so I'll just say this. Over the last 18 months, you've seen things where the CIA's involvement and contributions to America's success, Operation Midnight Hammer, where we got so flawless intelligence operations, everyone here knows, I think, only happen if you have a flawless intelligence picture to support that. So getting 120 planes in and out of Iran on Operation Midnight Hammer to precisely deliver, on Iranian nuclear facilities without the Iranians even being able to respond, or getting 200 special operators into the largest military compound in Venezuela, fast ropes down from helicopters onto Maduro, apprehension in 3.5 minutes. Those kinds of things, what I would say, in Operation Epic Fury, our CIA's role in the recovery of Dude 44 Bravo, our downed F-15 Strike Eagle pilot, in all of those cases, Dan, that success was because we deployed cutting-edge technologies better than our adversaries to accomplish what we needed to, and that has to continue, and so that's why that will continue to be our priority.
And a big focus of these 2 days here at the Army War College is on partnerships between private sector and public sector. In the case of our national security infrastructure, partnership between the business community and our national security infrastructure, partnerships with the academic community, the research institutions. How does that fit into what you're talking about?
Well, so if people remember my confirmation hearing, at the time something very significant had happened shortly before, and I talked about it. I said, the United States is the only country in the world that can parallel park a 200-foot rocket booster. And we can only do that with partnerships with companies, in that case, like SpaceX. But what I found when I came in as CIA director is, well, we've had those kinds of successes before. It was very ad hoc. So the first thing I did was create an Office of Corporate Partnerships so that there is a single point of access, so that it's not an ad hoc approach to this. We are proactively looking for the kinds of partnerships that can deliver those kinds of success. The other thing that we needed to do in order to take advantage of the partnerships both in business and academia and across the board was with regard to these technologies to get it on, and as I talked about before, deploying for our officers. So when I got there, our acquisition process was 24 months for an enterprise-wide, on average, acquisition process, followed by 9 months of a security assessment. Listen, 3 years to onboard technology. By the time you onboard it, it's outdated. So by changing our entire acquisition framework and our procurement, adding a procurement executive, in the last 6 months, we've onboarded 400 enterprise-wide, 400 acquisitions in 6 months, something that before would have taken years. So it's got to move. We've got to move at the speed of business and technology in order to continue to succeed, and that's those kinds of partnerships are important to do that.
You are also dealing with a moment in which you're director of CIA during a moment in which the rules of conflict, as we've known them, are being completely rewritten, and the kind of threats we are facing are, like as we talked about earlier, just unprecedented. So, how do you think about that in terms of how you spend your day, in terms of what you're focusing on?
So across the board on all the, AI, quantum, biotech, cyber, it is rewriting the rules across the board. Economically, economies are changing because of that, and as you talk about in terms of conflict. So, take for instance AI. When we talk about AI-powered robots and drones, the impact that they have, for instance, on the exponential efficiency of scaled manufacturing, that's one thing. But as you intimated, on the battlefield, the impact is even more profound. So what I will say is our intelligence is consistent with some of the open source reporting you may have seen in Ukraine. So the average life expectancy of a Russian recruit right now arriving on the battlefield in Ukraine is estimated to be between 20 and 30 minutes. 20 and 30 minutes. And that's because AI-powered drones have gotten to be such specialized, low-cost killing machines. And it's why we're now 4.5 years into that conflict, and the takeaway is the mastery of technology and these emerging technologies is every bit as important as military strength. And so it's why an inferior force 4.5 years later has held off the superior force of Russia against Ukraine. And even more telling with respect to that is, if you look, the advancements that Russia made into Ukraine initially, right now Russia occupies 20% of Ukraine. When I came in as CIA director 18 months ago, Russia occupied 19% of Ukraine. So the pace of their advance has stopped as Ukraine's mastery of emerging technologies, and in this case, drone warfare, asymmetric warfare, is such a great equalizer and shows why we have to be leading on this in all respects, for us to maintain our place in the global marketplace.
So that makes me, think about the talent pipeline, because it just seems like the kind of talent that agencies like the CIA have tried to attract throughout its history is probably a little different now. Meaning you still need the same expertise that you and professionals that the CIA has historically needed, but it's in this technology arms race. And by the way, there are large technology companies, as we've heard about this morning, that are also, doing everything to, attract the best and the brightest talent. And so how do you think about the kind of talent the CIA wants, given everything you just said? Because it seems like perhaps it's a different mix of people.
Yeah. So CIA has the same advantage that I think we've got all of these, great, business leaders out here, and that our country has. I mean, the biggest advantage when we talk about talent is the founding and foundational principles of the democratic principles of the country in which we live. So I've talked a little bit about China as an adversary. We are so fortunate, and we're in a country where we're in a system where our success for 250 years now is really premised on the fact that from our beginning, Americans have been able to go as high and as far as their own hard work, determination, and ability have carried them. That is, gives us an advantage over a system like China where that is not the case, and where you go where the state tells you to go, you do what the state tells you to do, and what incentive is there for innovation if you're not going to be rewarded for it? And it's why the Chinese model is really rob, replicate, and replace. The ingenuity and innovation that Western and Western technology and Western companies develop, and then the state, and they're very good at it. They steal it, they replicate it, the state subsidizes it, and that's their model of success. And so what I would say from my standpoint at CIA and my approach is, and it's always been this way, whatever organization, I think this applies to whatever organization or company you're privileged to lead, is we can't lose that advantage. The only way we keep it is don't get caught up in political correctness. The CIA is being run, my workforce hears about this all the time, is we are a meritocracy. You will go as high and as far as your own hard work, determination, and abilities will carry you. There are no limits on your success. And success is the best recruiter. Success it's why, even in the time that I've been here, our recruiting numbers are off the charts. When people see, we talked about success in things like Operation Absolute Resolve, Operation Midnight Hammer, and the very, public role that the CIA has played in a number of those things, people want to be a part of that. And so it hasn't been difficult, to recruit talent when they know that they're going to be rewarded for their hard work and they're going to be able to do everything that they can. And that's why, this applies to the CIA, but it applies across the board in this country. It's one advantage that we have. It's why everyone still wants to come to the United States, because those principles that everyone, can do those things and have that kind of limitless success. And that's where innovation, ingenuity, creativity, and why we lead in all of these things that have always had these successes, why everyone wants to come here, and why our adversaries want to steal what we have. So that's really been the focus, and we're open for business at the CIA. So we're always looking for talent.
So if there's anyone in this room that is, you know where to find them. Director Ratcliffe, thank you for doing this. Thank you for an illuminating conversation, as always, and Godspeed with the important work that you do.
Thank you all.
In the 19th century, America was entering a decisive transformation, the Gilded Age, when the nation shifted from agrarian roots into an industrial power.
Well, the city of Philadelphia is taking a big step to spur technology innovation in the city's neighborhoods.
Today, we are challenged as never before on the sea, in the air, in space, and in cyberspace. Thanks to the men and women of ARL Penn State, we are up to that challenge.
A new industry is being born. A new era of science and discovery is beginning.
A lot of people don't know that Pittsburgh played a major role in putting a man on the moon. Pittsburgh aluminum and steel went into that rocket.
AI innovation is really underpinning a lot of these dramatic changes in autonomy and drones and robots. The battlefield's changing. President Trump's been leading the way, and Pennsylvania can lead the way with him.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next panel, War and the Machine, How AI is Redefining National Security, with our moderator, Head of Defense at Palantir Technologies, the Honorable Mike Gallagher. With our panel, Founder, CEO, and CIO of Valor Equity Partners, Antonio Gracias. CEO of Lovelace, Andrew Moore. CEO of Bridgewater Associates, Peter Pardilla. And Secretary of the Air Force, the Honorable Dr. Troy May.
Well, it's an honor to be here today to talk about an incredibly important topic, but I was reminded of something very important that happened on September 12th, 2023, when a private citizen that most people didn't know submitted testimony to my committee, the Select Committee on China, and not since George Kennan's long telegram has prose this powerful and analysis this trenchant shaken up the national security community. This private citizen argued that we needed to be more aware of everything China was doing to dominate critical technology, especially AI, that arguing against the financial consensus, we needed outbound capital controls, and that we needed greater collaboration between the private sector and the public sector. That private citizen was David McCormick. And that, the rest of the story we all know. The citizens of Pennsylvania were so persuaded that they demanded he represent them in the Senate, and we are all here today. So David and Dina, thank you for your hospitality. Thank you to the Carlisle Barracks. It's an incredible, incredible event. Now, also in 2023, the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, Xi Jinping, was meeting with his junior partner, Vladimir Putin. After 2 days in Moscow, they were saying their goodbyes, and he turned to Vladimir Putin, and he said, "My friend, we are seeing changes unseen in a century, and we are the ones driving those changes." Clearly, Xi feels like he has an opportunity, I would argue, to displace America as the world's dominant superpower. Essential to that strategy is controlling the commanding heights of critical technology in general and artificial intelligence in particular, if for no other reason than he wants to be able to win a war against America, potentially over Taiwan. Today, to help us understand how we might prevent that from happening, how we might preserve America's military dominance, we have 4 of the best human beings in the world to dissect the intersection of artificial intelligence and warfighting. We have the Secretary of the Air Force, Troy Menck. We have Antonio Gracias, the founder and CEO and Chief Investment Officer at Valor Equity Partners. We have Andrew Moore, the co-founder and CEO of Lovelace AI, and Nir Bardea, the CEO of Bridgewater Associates, which I'm told once employed a junior analyst named Dave McCormick as well. So let's jump right into it because we don't have that much time. I want to start with the Secretary. You've spoken a lot about the integration of AI in warfare and how it's collapsing decision-making cycles in a way that whoever can process information faster has an advantage on the battlefield. What is the department doing to expedite that sort of enhanced OODA loop for the American warfighter to attain decision advantage, and where are you seeing bottlenecks?
Sure, thanks, Mike. Great to be here this morning. Great, beautiful fly-in and drive this morning. A beautiful countryside. I just love it up here. So thanks for the question. So if you look at the priorities, my priorities, it's really readiness, modernization, people. AI in the U.S. leadership in AI is critical for all those. On the aircraft readiness side of the house, how do you do maintenance? How do you upgrade the aircraft? Everything associated with training and operating the aircraft, AI is becoming bigger and bigger impact. Modernization, obviously, AI is being used from manufacturing to design across the board. And then people, you got to take care of the people, got to train the people to use AI. I think we're really making good progress on that. Bottleneck, probably the biggest bottleneck in yes, I think we all have seen the massive investments in AI infrastructure. I think we're looking at $1 trillion next year in the US invested in AI infrastructure. The challenge we have, though, is in the department, particularly at the higher classifications level, we almost have to treat this AI infrastructure that the DoD is using for operations as well as training, almost like an air base or a launch facility. It's got to be a secure location. So although there's massive investments that we're leveraging investment in the commercial world, there is a big, I think, bottleneck in compute. right? We need to build out the data centers, the compute, and the associated infrastructure to allow the department to maintain and utilize AI both in peacetime and in conflict. $50 billion is going through the process and reconciliation right now to do that. A lot of discussion, but it is a priority to get that resource and get those data centers built, because we need it to maintain our leadership across the board. Now, saying that, we've made great success with what we have. I mentioned, how we do maintenance, parts, supply, logistics control. We're making great progress there. Automated vehicles, the new collaborative combat aircraft that we're flying, open architecture, allowing multiple vendors to get involved and build and bring new AI technology, automation technology to the fight. So we're making great progress across the board, but there is still a lot to do, and it needs to be a national focus, both for military and economic security, to maintain that AI leadership. And I think it's going to be, we're positioned to do that, but it has to be a focus.
Which presumes a collaborative relationship between private industry and the Department of War. Antonio, you've been investing in defense technology since before it was cool. It appears to me we still have an advantage when it comes to comparing our frontier labs against the best of what China can offer. They might have an advantage in the open source dimension. How do we ensure that our most innovative private companies are on the same page as the Department of War? Because these models tend to reflect or embed the values of their creators, and therefore it matters a great deal whether DOW and the frontier labs are on the same page.
Look, my view is very simple. We cannot predict how war will go. The reality is highly unpredictable. And whatever we sell the DOD should be used, or DOW should be able to use however they want to use, period, full stop. I mean, that's the way it goes. Don't care what the terms of service says, that's the way it goes. If I sell a hammer to DOW, they should be able to use a defensive base if it's overrun. So the reality is there should be no limits. If you take $1 from the DOW should use the technology as they see fit. If you're a private company and you don't want to take $1 from the DOW, don't take it. But once you've taken it, you've sold a weapon, period. And that's the way that we should think about it. Now, at the same time, as you said, the models are imbued with the values of the creators. So I think it behooves the DOW to really think about who made these things and what is their bias, and really use more than one. We at XAI and SpaceX, we have built a model that's truth-seeking because we think it's better for the world and better for America. So the recommendation I would have is that we think about this as use more than one, use one that's truth-seeking. The rest of them have their own biases. I won't get into that here. But the reality is we have to really combine these things in a way that gets the best answer for the warfighter and give them all the capabilities they need to win that war, or don't take the money.
Let me just quickly double click on that. So obviously we've come a long way since the beginning of Project Maven, where there were certain talented engineers in Silicon Valley who didn't like the idea of working with the department to help the department kill bad guys, quite frankly. Do you think we still confront that cultural chasm between the engineering talent in the Valley and the warfighters at the tip of the spear, or are we sort of closing that gap?
We are closing it. We are closing it because there are, companies like SpaceX have led the way in training thousands of people. We have 20,000 people at SpaceX. If you sit at Hawthorne and throw a rock, you'll find a defense tech startup. We have closed it, but there's still a problem here. I have other companies, I can tell you, I think there's dubious technology, and I've asked the question of why don't we sell this to the DOW, and the answer is because we'll lose a lot of people over it. So it has changed, but it hasn't changed enough. We have to keep driving this change and having people understand that, look, this is America. We live here. We all benefit from our protections. My family, we're immigrants. This country's been amazing to us. We need to protect it, period.
Now, Andrew, you have a unique perspective on this question, not only as the founder of Lovelace AI, but prior to that, you were an AI leader at Carnegie Mellon, at Google. You've been an advisor to CENTCOM as well. You've kind of seen this from the perspective of academia, from big industry, from startup industry, maybe with a little bit of emphasis on the role academia has to play. Who do you see as poised to deliver necessary capabilities for the warfighter? And maybe comment a little bit on this sort of cultural dissonance, to the extent it still exists, between industry, academia, and the Department of War.
Absolutely. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. And I think this is a very important question right now. So all three of those groups are absolutely essential, but they're essential in different ways. So academia, if we look at what has got us to the largest big steps forwards in artificial intelligence in the last 20 years, it has all come out of the universities and North American universities at that. And somewhere is the next Einstein of AI with new disruptive ideas which are going to change the field of AI. I don't know where they are. Maybe it's Berkeley or MIT. It's probably Carnegie Mellon. But we have to really take advantage of that, especially as there are some early signs that the approach of just build bigger models, which we've been industrializing, is not enough anymore. And in fact, it's other tricks made by mavericks which are going to take us further forward in artificial intelligence dominance. Now, when it comes to the large companies, I think we've all seen just how important it is to get these collaborations of thousands of brilliant engineers working single-mindedly to advance these kind of projects. In Google Pittsburgh, we played the major role in creating the first multi-hundred billion parameter models. And that, although at the time it was for purely commercial reasons, is part of the reason that then the rest of the industry was able to move to the trillion parameter models that we're seeing today. You can only get that out of these large configurations. And as for the startups, that's what you need to be nimble. So my company, Lovelace, we frequently get calls to action for major software projects which we need to complete in a week. And we're able to do that because we are small and nimble enough to be able to get that done. Pittsburgh, by the way, is an absolute hothouse for that. Thinking of folks like Gray Swan, Sooth, Near Earth Autonomy, it's the place if you want to do urgent, very mission-critical artificial intelligence quickly. So within all of these, there obviously you do get different values expressed by different communities. For me, I don't lie awake crying about that because I also see absolute agreement in the heroes in the Department of War and brilliant computer scientists of the need for safety critical engineering. So one thing that the United States military is famous for is validating and verifying any new weapon system, any new transportation. And it is the same for these uses of artificial intelligence. So we get loud voices polarizing us at either end of the debate, but I will say 95% of the engineers I've worked at places like Google, in academia, they are mostly concerned with making sure this stuff is safe to field. And the customers in the West are also absolutely concerned to make sure that we are building safe artificial intelligence.
Just quick follow-up, just in terms of the basic human talent competition, the net assessment of American universities versus Chinese universities and cutting-edge research, like who's winning? Give us a sense of who's winning that competition.
All right, great question. In one sense, China is winning, in the other sense, we're winning. Yeah. So this is a game of volume, the number of brilliant engineers you can throw at the problem. I can't emphasize enough how who've built this field of artificial intelligence, we don't quite still understand why it works so well. And what we're doing across all these different environments, we're throwing stuff at the wall to improve it, to find out which extra tricks make it better. China has at least 20 times the number of engineers engaged in that battle, and that's what led them to be able to come up with some tricks for DeepSeek, which we haven't got around to yet. Yeah. So volume, yes. Culture, I really, really like building technology in the United States, and I think we will win despite the fact we are outnumbered, and that is because in all of my many roles, I've never run a large organization where I've got any respect. And what I mean by that is here, almost everyone I've worked with at some point has said, Andrew, that's a brain dead idea. We're going to work on this. We're going to try this instead. And I love that. And that is what makes our truly advanced science, I think, happen much more quickly. Yeah. I had trouble getting the same level of innovation out of any of the other international teams, except for the ones who are here in the United States.
Well, if you think it's healthy to bathe in disrespect every day, you should run for Congress. It'd be a very useful.
Very good.
Yeah. Nir, so Bridgewater has spent years building machine intelligence into your investment processes. What have you learned about where AI genuinely improves human judgment versus where it creates false confidence? And what lessons might that offer to national security leaders who are removed from, the financial world?
Great. First of all, great to be here back in Pennsylvania with Senator McCormick, with a lot of people that care about the future of the state, the future of the country. I also get no respect, so we can bond over that together. But to answer your question, so to those of you who don't know Bridgewater, for the last 50 years, we've been trying to build a system, which is a combination of human and technology, that maps the understanding of how the world works and then forecasts what's going to happen. That means that for 50 years, we've been thinking about what is the edge of technology versus what is the edge of humans. So we were the beta testers of Excel. Palantir had a team in our offices where we were thinking about ontology and finance when it was a young company, first users of big data spreadsheets when they came out. And the reason I start there is because the biggest lesson, before I get to market what's happening now, is that ability to be an expert in technology and be able to move along as things evolve, both for nations and for companies. Because any one point where you can assess technology is only relevant basically for that 1 minute. Think about what we knew about where technology would be 2 years ago. We would have never imagined we would be here. Maybe Antonio would, but most of us would not. Think about what we don't know about what's going to happen in 2 years. So I'm going to answer the question, but mostly building agile governments and organizations that can adapt, that can understand the change and adapt fast, far and away the most important thing in my view. Now, on where we are in technology. Look, the markets are fascinating questions for models because in many ways, that is the ultimate question. Can you understand everything about the world and predict the future? The nature of that problem has a very small data set, really, because history has only happened once. The future is not like the past. The players impact the game. It requires reasoning. It requires really seeing in the future things that are not in the backward data. It's stuff that is even hard for humans, right? Humans are trying to anticipate markets or say what's going to, even the human brain, the wonder of the human brain doesn't even get close to doing this. 3 years ago, my partner, Greg Jensen, who was in the first round of investors in OpenAI and Anthropic, came to me and said, look, models are starting to gradually reason, in my view. We should build a brain that is reasoning. So 3 years ago, we put a brain together and put billions of dollars in trading it, because that's the only way to really know. Does it reason? Put your money where your mouth is and see if you can actually anticipate what's going to happen. And here's what I can tell you about what we learned. First of all, as of today, out-of-the-box models are not useful. Meaning if you just deploy them and trying to do the complex mission of understanding where the world is going to go from a macro perspective, not useful. But if you combine structured and non-structured data, if you build the right harnesses, if you train with the right training data and the right trainers, mind-blowing things are happening. And I can say a lot of words, but to prove that, that fund, that brain that we built 3 years ago, that's been managing billions of dollars, have generated for 3 years double-digit alpha returns that are competing with our humans. Now, just to those of you that are not investors, generating alpha is basically impossible. Almost no humans can do this. So these are models that, with everything that I said, are making predictions through Liberation Day, through the war with Iran, through a very complex world that are beating almost all the humans. And this is the worst that they're ever going to be. I don't want to overstate that, because when you stretch that out to things that require more imagination, where the data sample is even smaller, models, even ours, get very bad very fast, but so do humans. Which brings me back to why I think the most important thing is to have your hand on the pulse, to be a deep expert in how to put these technologies together and be able to move. Don't build a thesis just on where technology is today. Build an agile org that can adapt to a really rapidly changing world.
Quick double click. Has this changed the salience of this technology and the promise? Has it changed the type of person you're trying to recruit and hire?
Such a great question. My answer, to prove the main point I'm trying to make, that has been the case always. It's always been the case. If you in the beginning needed people to build a system that had both imagination and the ability to be technical, you would find you'd look for a unicorn. Palantir came and we were starting to build ways for people to systemize in a more intuitive way. So we changed the types of humans that we needed. So if you're trying to build an org that can adapt to technological changes, one of the things you have to be to do easily is to change the type of people, either through retraining or cycle in and out. Yes, it's changing it, but just like big data changed it, and many of the previous technological evolutions have.
Secretary Mike, I want to go back to you. We all know the story, our Cold War industrial base, which was healthy at the end of the Reagan buildup, then collapsed after the Last Supper. Now it's much more brittle. We're trying to fix that right now. You've been a champion of expanded competition in the defense industrial base. But when it comes to AI, are we at risk of sort of repeating that same problem? In other words, if AI capability is concentrated in a handful of commercial labs and startups, from your perspective, how does the Air Force avoid vendor lock-in on the most strategic, consequential technology of our time?
That's a great question. By the way, the first thing I'm going to do when I get done is I'm going to go ask my staff whether or not they respect me, and I'm certain I'll get an honest answer. Guess
That's Stuart Smalley.
I guess what the answer is going to be. But,
smart enough.
So yeah, I think the good news. I think the good news is, and you're right. It was the Last Supper. I think it was referred to as, right. There was a massive consolidation in industry. Now, I think the good news is since then, I think now, and I've done some data research using AI models, looking at the number of it. I think we have probably one of the largest industry bases, right, that we're using across the DOW in many decades. So I think the industry base is growing. There's no question it's still concentrated, right, in a handful of companies, but the base is definitely growing, and we're doing a lot to try to support that, as you mentioned. A couple of things we're doing is open architectures and everything we're building, both software and hardware open architectures. That allows us to continue to compete even after the initial builds, and we're seeing a lot of success in that. The collaborative combat aircraft is a good example. The hardware and the automated control systems associated with that are isolated and separated so that we can compete those. And we actually have multiple companies building the flight control and the automation for the same set of hardware. So I think that's a good example. We're doing it also across the board, the new aircraft, as well as some of the munitions we're building, cruise missiles, all those sorts of things. We're making sure that we're going to these open architectures, hardware and software, so that it's not just the software people, that we can get the innovation from the new teams, the new AI, new automation techniques, but also on the hardware side of the house, so we can open up to the new production houses. Additionally, and this is probably more on the hardware side, but also on the software side of the house, is trying to get stability in funding and contracting over the long term. One of the biggest complaints and concerns I've seen expressed to me time and time again is it takes a lot of capital sometimes to get into the game, and having year-to-year contracts is just, it's difficult to get the capital, to raise the capital to make the investments needed, particularly if you're trying to build facilities and hardware. So we've been working closely with Congress to get a lot more flexibility in how we do multi-year contracting, as well as trying to stabilize the budgets for that. And we're having great success. We're going to continue to push that so that we can do much better at stabilizing and making sure that the companies have some sort of assurance going forward, so that they raise capital to start getting some of these companies that don't have the infrastructure already to get involved. So I think we're making good progress. There's still a lot of work to do.
Maybe related to the question I asked Nir, on the one hand, I think what we see at Palantir, the promise of this technology is you could be a non-technical person and quite quickly have a huge impact. I mean, we see that in Maven every single day, and we're not in the business of selling butts and seats. We want soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines to use the technology as an Iron Man suit. But you do need more technical fluency, I think, these days than when I joined the Marine Corps in 2006, right? We've experimented with different models of, more flexible reservists that come from technology companies. Are any of these models promising to you in terms of, I, as Secretary of the Air Force, need access to top-level AI and technical talent in uniform, quasi in uniform? Do any of these work?
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, the Air Force, pretty technical. Air Force Space Force, pretty technical services already. And like I said, when I talk about the bottleneck, one of the biggest challenges we have right now is just access to the compute infrastructure and the tools, so that those people who are already and use it in their private life can start utilizing a lot of the tools and the techniques at work. And then also what allows us to start doing the training, just like language skills, right? We're looking at ways to get bonuses and stuff if you have skills and in using these AI techniques. So absolutely. Now, in many ways it's being used, and you can probably imagine where, I don't think I get an appraisal that in the initial draft wasn't written by an AI model. PowerPoint bullet papers, yeah, I'm pretty certain almost all of those are, the first draft or two is provided by one of the large language models. But it needs to go way beyond that, obviously, and that's what we're pushing for.
Okay, Antonio, my opinion, any honest net assessment of America versus the CCP would conclude that one of our greatest advantages is not only private industry in general, but SpaceX in particular. It's pretty incredible. You're one of the longest and earliest investors in SpaceX. You've had a pretty good month. China just, I think on Friday, actually retrieved its first reusable rocket. What does that mean for the race to dominate data centers in space? What are the implications of this?
Look, the Chinese are very good at copying. Everyone knows this, and they have great industrial capacity. These both things are true. We are much better innovation. SpaceX landed its first rocket in 2015. It took them 11 years to catch us. So I think the point here is we just need to stay ahead, and we are ahead, right? So Starship, if it took them 11 years to copy the Falcon 9 reusable rocket, it'll take them a lot longer to copy Starship. It's much harder to do. We have to create the conditions here for us to stay ahead and build industrial capacity. If we do this well in America, build our capacity, allow companies like SpaceX to keep scaling and stay ahead, as you said earlier, we're the most innovative company in the world. Here in America, we build the best technology, and we always have. We need to continue to push that advantage and just stay 5-10 years ahead all the time. Now, as we think about data centers in space, the reality is, the Chinese have reusability that will drop the cost of launch. They won't go to parity with us because we have Starship, which is an order of magnitude lower than Falcon 9, Falcon 9 Heavy. We'll still have cheaper launch. What they also have is a dominance in solar panels. And the reason that data center space are so important is it takes the cost of power down to basically zero. So we have to build that capacity here. So now we're in a race. We're in another race. And I will say that if you turn us loose, if you turn loose SpaceX, turn loose the American industrial base to innovate, drive, and build, we will win. We will absolutely win. I'm convinced of this. But you have to turn us loose. I mean, we're here, right? Because Dave and Dina and the president want to turn us all loose. And I think that's why we're all here. That's the answer. We just have to let Americans innovate, let entrepreneurs win, and just keep driving change and innovation at the front of the frontier, at the edge of the frontier, and the Chinese will never catch us.
Whether it's solar panels in particular or more broadly, what do you think are the biggest remaining obstacles to turning industry loose? Is it the overall regulatory environment, notwithstanding the heroic efforts of this administration, or what do you encounter every day as you try and help businesses?
I mean, I would say we have the environment's getting a lot better in the last couple of years in the administration, for sure. Okay, it was really tough in the prior administration, but that's gotten a lot better. I think that the contracting and defense tech you're talking about is actually is a bit of a problem, and there are very, very small things. Like, as an example, we have defense tech companies that can't get range time. Getting range time is very hard. I know that the DoD is working on solving this problem, but if you want innovation, it can't just be what the military wants to buy. It has to be what entrepreneurs think the military might need someday, right? And I know the folks that, Emil and all the folks at DoD are working on this, but these are very, they might seem like small issues, but they're really big issues. You can't touch your product.
The small things become, if you can't get range time, if you can't get a SCIF accredited, if you can't get clearances, the small things add up to a big thing.
And they're getting faster, by the way. Like, clearances have gone from 18 months to 6 months to 4 months. It's all getting better. So I want us to start making tremendous progress here, but we can keep getting faster and better.
Yeah. So Nir, at Bridgewater, I've often thought that one of the biggest divides is not necessarily between Democrats and Republicans, but between like the financial community and the national security community. They tend to be two different species of people. Maybe that's changing. As the U.S.-China technology rivalry has heated up in recent years, and you've had export controls, you've had semiconductor restrictions, you've had you've had executive orders on restricting capital flows. Is that reshaping how investors are pricing geopolitical risk?
It should. I mean, I'll take one quick step back and then hit that. I think the biggest thing investors, and I think the world, policymakers are struggling to wrap their head around is the level of change the world has gone through in a matter of a couple of years. If 5 years ago we were sitting here, we would talk about a lot of these things. The main drivers would be regular cyclical drivers that we've seen for 50 years. Two things have changed. One, macroeconomic paradigm has shifted from globalization to a more nationalist, so from efficiency to self-sufficiency. A part of that is because the manufacturing base in the US and here in Pennsylvania got gutted, basically, for the sake of efficiency. But that change is radical. It changes everything about how the world operates. And the second thing, it's happening at the same time we're going through a technological revolution that a lot of people believe, including myself, probably be only similar to the Industrial Revolution. And that is already driving today the biggest CapEx cycle that we will see in our lifetime. The reason I'm starting there is because if you see that and believe that, you have to understand how hard it is for people to wrap their head around this level of change, especially if we've lived our whole lives in one consistent, completely different paradigm. Everything we're seeing today, from Southeast Asia to Iran to Ukraine, the budgets, defense spending has gone up with American allies by 40%, spending, the Secretary talked about $1 trillion to $2 trillion a year on the AI build out, countries building resilient pipelines or redundancy for refineries. That entire thing should be reflected in the risk premiums of asset prices everywhere, but that is a test to people's imagination and the ability to understand that all these things are so interconnected and new. So my answer to you is it should impact asset prices. It probably doesn't yet to the degree that it should because how hard it is to understand when the world is evolving so quickly.
Is that a lack of understanding also of what's happening inside of China, or what's the biggest analytical gap?
I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
I'll use a naive example just so it's clear. But look, if you're thinking about just the last 6 months, you have frontier models putting out a model that now is a matter of national security. Okay, that happens. Unrelated, you have a blockade in Iran on the Straits of Hormuz that is recalibrating global commerce and equilibrium between East and West. Unrelated, you have in China looking at both these things and saying, hey, what do I learn from the execution of this model and what could be done in a blockade and how that impacts Taiwan and how that impacts the US thinking about regulation and AI. All these things. You cannot be an expert in AI to understand them, or an expert in Asia, or an expert in the Middle East. And I think that is just a way harder thing for investors to wrap their head around.
Okay, Andrew, let's bring it on home to Pittsburgh. We have to leave 2 minutes for the infamous lightning round. But you talked about this a little bit before. You're building your company in Pittsburgh, deliberately outside the Valley. Talk a little bit more about, like, what does the competition for talent look like? And how should that inform how we think about the international competition for talent? Because this is ultimately a human competition.
Exactly right. And to what I like about building in Pittsburgh, which I've been very successful with over the years, is the culture in Pennsylvania in general is all about the question, does it work? Where on the West Coast, it's more like, will this make a big visual splash? So we have very serious engineers. The extent to which we're like at each other's barbecues talking about really advanced technology all the time is one of the things which I think propels us forward. We have found that the big engineering teams get stuff done much more quickly than we're able to get on the West Coast. So this has been important. One example, we know from many of the leaders in national security that we have to be able to do air-gapped massive models running on local machines completely disconnected from the internet. My team was able to do that in about 6 weeks. And now we have Gemini quality models that you can run on small groups of laptops instead of relying on the cloud.
Okay, we are almost out of time. Quick lightning round. We'll start with you, Andrew. Based on your accent, give us a prediction for the I believe they call them matches. Is that what we call these soccer, football thing that we're all watching? What will give us a prediction?
Very good. So today England is playing Argentina. Despite the fact that England has not always won its battles with the New World, I think this is one where it will.
Very good, very good. Secretary Mink, favorite airplane you've ever flown and least favorite Pentagon acronym? Go.
Oh, the acronym one, I don't know, there's a lot of them I don't like. First off, love all the airplanes that we have in the Air Force.
Check.
Want to be honest? Check.
Yeah.
A couple of the funnest flights was I had an F-15 EX ride. Phenomenal. I'd love that. But I still think that the favorite airplane ride I had was a low level on a C-130 between Guam up over Tinian to Saipan, a couple hundred feet over the water, feet hanging off the back of the airplane with the ramp down. That was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
That was, and an 18-year-old making sure that I didn't fall out, which was great. She did a good job. I didn't fall out.
So, Nir, since Bridgewater's famous for its candid, brutally honest feedback, did you ever find yourself in a position of giving negative feedback to Dave McCormick when you worked together? Yeah.
Look, a year after Dave left, we had the best year that we ever had. And Dave always asked me what was the problem, and then I stuffed something
Ewing
in my
theory in
mouth.
basketball terms. That's great.
Dave has been incredible, by the way, the biggest mentor I've ever had in my life.
And then, Antonio, please tell me you did something to celebrate the SpaceX IPO. I know you told me you went back to work the next day, but was there not like a moment of fun?
There was. So usually you celebrate these things at, like in New York at the Ring the Bell and stuff. I went to Starbase. Starbase is, I think, the most inspirational place on Earth. And I got to be there with the engineers and Elon. We had a party down there. It was really amazing to see all these folks that worked so hard for so long celebrating together. It was a really great moment.
Okay, fine. If you find yourself in a foreign jail and you need help, do you call Dave or Dina? Just kidding. Don't answer that question. Thank you. What an incredible panel. Thank you again to Senator McCormick and his team and everyone for being here. This is an incredible, incredible event. Appreciate it.
Pennsylvania's unique combination of legacy industry, cutting-edge innovation, and a skilled, patriotic workforce is exactly what our national defense industrial base needs and should emulate. Our defense industry supports more than 190,000 jobs. All 7 of the nation's largest defense contractors operate in our great Commonwealth. And Pennsylvania firms supply more than 465,000 parts across 2,300 weapon systems. Scranton leads the country in large caliber ammunition, the 155 millimeter artillery shells that have been used to devastating effect on the battlefields of Ukraine. York is effectively the sole production source of the Army's Bradley fighting vehicle. Ridley Park is the only place in America that builds the Chinook helicopter. King of Prussia hosts Lockheed Martin's Space Systems Division, developing the satellites and spacecraft and advanced defense systems that will secure the final frontier. North Central Pennsylvania is the powdered metal capital of the world, producing roughly 40% of the globe's powdered metal parts. And in Philadelphia, the birthplace of the United States Army, Navy, and Marine Corps, Hanwha is investing $5 billion to revive American shipbuilding, creating over 10,000 new jobs. Pennsylvania produces more than legacy platforms and munitions. We are also at the cutting edge of defense innovation. Greater Pittsburgh is one of the world's leading robotics and artificial intelligence clusters, with more than 250 advanced technology firms. Carnegie Mellon's Robotics Institute is developing the autonomous drone capabilities that increasingly define modern warfare. Astrobotic, a Carnegie Mellon spin-out, is building the robotic landers that are carrying America back to the surface of the moon. Penn State's Applied Research Laboratory, a trusted partner of the United States Navy for 8 decades, is developing the hypersonic and undersea warfare technologies that increasingly define modern warfare. And the Bettis Laboratory in western Pennsylvania designs the nuclear reactors that power our entire submarine fleet. And our Army depots, Toby Hanna and Letterkenny, keep our forces equipped and ready every single day. It will take a team of industry, labor, and innovation to keep America safe for another 250 years. And here in Pennsylvania, we have that team.
Please welcome our final panel, Reindustrialization, Building the New Defense Industrial Base, with our moderator, founder and CEO of Hadrian, Chris Power, and our panel, co-founder of Andrel Industries, Trey Stevens, CEO of BAE Systems Inc., Tom Arsenal, CEO of ARM, Renee Haas, and President of North America's Building Trades Unions, Sean McCarvey.
Everyone, welcome. My name is Catherine Boyle, General Partner at Andreessen Horowitz. Just kidding, unfortunately, she got a flight delay, so you get the less attractive and less professional version of this panel. I'm Chris Power, founder and CEO of Hadrian, and it is my honor to welcome these gentlemen to the table. As a quick opener, a decade ago in the country, the conversation focused on globalization, software, learning to code, trading cat pictures on the internet. And today, capital industry are focused on shipyards, semiconductors, defense, workforce, and we don't call it labor anymore. Teammates or workforce, very important. Drones, tariffs, and manufacturing, overall the reindustrialization of this great nation. Building for the national interest aren't just memes or ideas anymore. They're policy and movements driven by patriotic industry, government, as Chairman Kane likes to say, founders, funders, working together. So the question is, how do we continue on this path to reindustrialization after the administration's great efforts over the last 18 months? And what can industry, labor, and the government do to ensure we're actually winning and not just putting headlines up? So very excited to have these 4 panelists with me today. My good friend Trey Stevens, co-founder of Andrel Industries and also partner at Founders Fund. Tom, the president and CEO of BAE Systems, Rain Haas, CEO of ARM, and Sean McGarvey, who knows much more about the workforce than most of us, president of the NABTU, which is North America's Building Trades Unions. So thank you for, please welcome these fine gentlemen to the stage. So Trey, we'll start with you. You've been in the venture and startups game for a very long time. For a long time, we were just funding software innovation for decades. There was a huge belief that hardware is hard, unfundable, until I would argue a couple of years ago through leadership of people like Elon, Palmer, and others in the industry. We just had the largest hard tech, CapEx heavy IPO in history. And now there's apparently 12 billion going to defense in the first half of 2026, a number that was completely unthinkable years ago, certainly, probably when you were starting Anduril, certainly when I started Hadrian. Has venture capital fundamentally changed how they're thinking about manufacturing reindustrialization, and where do you see it going from here?
Yeah, I think it's a good question for this current moment in time. Certainly the rise of AI, particularly as it relates to increasing productivity of coding, seems to have made it much harder to imagine sustainable moats in software businesses in particular. And so I think there's a lot of people that are thinking differently about where they're going to find the next great company that is going to deliver returns to their fund. And SpaceX is a great kind of catalyst for proving that you can do really well by investing in these CapEx intensive businesses. When we started Anduril in 2017, the idea was never like tap into a moment of time where that was going to work sort of in a way that it hadn't before. In fact, it was a horrible time to start a hardware company in 2017. But I think the narrative has started to shift in a way that has opened up the window for these new companies to come in that are interested in reindustrialization, these other problems that are really important to get right for the country. That said, every hype cycle has, a dip at some point. We could call it a bubble bursting. I think we are very near a bubble bursting. There's too much money in venture capital flooding into companies in the defense, aerospace, and industrialization sector. And the prices are too high. There's too much supply. And so I think there's like upsides and downsides to this trend.
I agree. I think net more capital is good, but I agree. In a couple of years, we're going to see the backside of this. Well, Tom, I think we've always heard the argument on the other side of this that startups always like to say incumbents move too slow. But on the other hand, to serve a dynamic battlefield, you need scale and you need it very quickly. And all the incumbents argue that startups I think are going to find production very hard, maybe other than Trey and myself who've been at this a long time. There's probably somewhere in the truth of a blend of innovation and call it production scale and what I would call heritage expertise in a good way. So primes like yourself, where are you leading and where can startups focus their efforts? Because I think as most of the administration has realized, it's no longer about startups versus incumbents. It's how do the massive heritage companies and technology and startups blend together to win for the country and the warfighter. So what's your perspective on the right balance between kind of innovation and disruption and legacy, heritage, mass scale?
Chris, thank you very much. First, let me add my thank you to Senator McCormick and his wife and the team for bringing us all together at this very important event. The timing is perfect. This sort of David and Goliath kind of stereotype that has been brought about, I think people are getting past that now around the startups versus the incumbents. The defense ecosystem needs both. You've heard it a number of times through a number of panels today, and especially now. I mean, you see it in China. They have this military-civil fusion where, commercial companies are just sort of indoctrinated into the military, sort of priorities. Here, we partner, right? We're working together. Our adversary is really those bad guys on the other side of the ocean that would undermine our democracy. And so it's going to take all of us in all of our forms in order to make this happen. When it comes to slow, large doesn't necessarily mean slow. What comes to slow, it's all about process. It's about and you've heard that as well today, about how the acquisition process over the years, in order to correct things that have gone a little wrong here or a little wrong there, you just get one Band-Aid on top of another that manifests itself as another check and balance, another, set of forms you need to fill out, et cetera, et cetera. And that is what the defense industry, and it's, in the larger company form that's been around a while, has had to shape itself. And so this administration, this Department of War, is the first to really take action in that area. And I think it's a moment in time we need to relish, and we need to make sure we can sustain, because it's that reduction in sort of that bureaucratic overhead of doing business that enables all of us to act more nimbly, more quickly, and get more innovative in the process.
That's great. And probably the most important topic, and a little bit of a preamble to this on workforce, is I don't think many people realize that two very bad things. Well, people in this state do, but Silicon Valley didn't until a couple of years ago when we were beating the drum on workforce. Post the Cold War, we had a huge peace dividend and then opened up globalization. And that really did two things: cut defense manufacturing jobs for 30 to 40 years by 63, 64%. And more importantly, drove huge amounts of offshoring of everything else. And then culturally and policy-wise, we told all the kids in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s that, hey, the manufacturing jobs are going away. You really need to get a 4-year college degree. And now the cycle is massively correcting, and the people of this country getting high-paid, well-paid and important social jobs is now top of mind for all of us here, the Department of War, and it's kind of a reversal of the betrayal of, what subsidies on the CCP and foreign policy did to the American people. So my question to Sean is, where do you see this all going, and how can industry and government really push this trades renaissance without leaving more people behind in the process of the massive data center build out, the massive defense build out, and all this money that's coming in? How do we make sure we stay focused on the workforce and actually drive them into the economy instead of maybe making the same mistakes over the last decade or two?
Well, thank you for the question. I too would like to thank Senator McCormick and Dana for giving us the opportunity to be present with this panel. My panelist. Look, I think that America lost its way for quite some time, and what the priorities were, and what Senator McCormick's constituents across Pennsylvania want, and all they really want and need is a middle-class, family-sustaining living. They want to be able to, raise a family, enjoy some of the fruits of their labor, and have skill sets that they know that can protect, nurture, and take care of their family economically for their entire lifetime. For many, many years, we lost our way on that. There was this push towards a 4-year degree. Everybody got caught up in that. You couldn't get and have a decent conversation with the high school counselor. You were not a success in your family's view if you were third generation in this country and you weren't going to a 4-year university. It was the complete opposite of what happened when the greatest generation came back from defeating tyranny across the world. They came back and they built the greatest middle class and the greatest economy in the history of the world. But now we're starting to get back there. And at North America's Building Trades and our affiliated unions, we've been in this business for 100+ years. We've invested in the infrastructure to do the training, to teach those skill sets to those people that last a lifetime. And my people in the union movement don't like it when I say this, but if you teach somebody to be an electrician, a pipe fitter, a sheet metal worker, and the union goes away tomorrow, well, they still have those skill sets. That family's still going to be in the middle class for the next 2 generations. So the focus that's being put on it, and our part, okay, as Americans and as patriots, the 3.2 million members that I represent, they want to be part of this. They want to help build up, the infrastructure that's needed for us to remain the single economic and defense superpower in the world. We have the infrastructure to do it. We have the curriculum and the will. We don't need the money. We have our own money. We don't need government money. We don't need corporate money. And the people are willing. That's another really big misnomer, that people just aren't interested anymore. Well, that's not true in the case of the unionized building trades, because one quick example is Local 26, which is DMV, Washington Local, put out their apprenticeship applications. They had 5,000 applications for apprenticeship, first-year apprenticeship. They took 880 people. Why did they not take 5,000 and only took 880? Because they only had deals to put 880 to work, because this is an earn-as-you-learn program in registered apprenticeship in the United States. And there's lots of people that want to be in it, and they want to work their way to the middle class and learn them skill sets that last a lifetime. So it's great to see Senator McCormick pushing it. others in the administration pushing it, the president's goal of 1 million new apprentices, and the building trades are going to be wholeheartedly participating in that, and then teaching other industries how we've actually done it successfully, since the enactment of the Fitzgerald Act in 1937.
And I wanted to touch on something that, I think Silicon Valley does well, which is, for software engineers, everyone gets equity in the company. And I think we certainly do this. It's like how many blue collar millionaires can you make over the growth of the company is really important. And there's also leaders in private equity like Henry Kravis, who started to mandate all their portfolio companies. And, you see the folks celebrating when there's an acquisition and they're on, they're $500,000. And the funny thing was, they also stay at those companies. And I think for 30 to 40 years, we've really treated attaching the quote unquote blue collar workforce to the actual equity economy and left a bunch of people behind. So how important do you think, making sure whether they're unionized or not, the actual workforce that's grinding away at the factories day by day actually gets to participate in this huge boom, not just with high paying jobs or salaries, but actually long-term upside as all these companies are ramping defense production and data centers? What's your viewpoint on that, given you've been in the game on the labor side for a long time?
Listen, we believe that the most essential part to a thriving middle class in the United States and across the world is collective bargaining. Okay, and as long as your employees have the ability to collectively bargain for those things, starting with the basics, but leading to what KKR and others have done to give them a stake in the company, we're wide open for that. And it does incentivize people to work harder, to stay longer with the company than maybe ordinarily they would have, because they have, longer-term equity that's going to pay off for them someday. So we're supportive of programs like that, but it all starts with, not the, there are so many great employers in the United States, but let's be honest, a lot of bad employers in the United States too. So if you have a representative group of employees that wants to come together and have a discussion about wages, terms, and conditions of their employment, and you sit down at the table with them, and find a solution to the questions that they're asking that they feel good about, it's going to be good for the company. It's going to be good for them. It's going to be good for our economy long term.
That's great. I appreciate it. And Ren, I'm sorry if I'm miscommunicating this. I think all of us, especially here in the Pentagon, knew there was a huge amount of risk in reshoring and reindustrialization, but the risk signal didn't really become apparent until Ukraine, when things started going wrong in terms of weapons deliveries and all these other technologies. And we started to realize as a country how fragile the supply chains and the skills and the technology was that's been offshored. And now we've got this AI boom hit and showed us some of those bottlenecks for innovation in chips and hardware. So how much, in your perspective, does America's national security depend on technologies most people have never heard of that are hidden in the supply chain, related to semiconductors? And then the second question is, at this point in the boom, are we actually capable of building them en masse instead of, being an importer? And what is it going to take to really get there at the sort of scale the country needs to really, really decouple and have, true sovereignty?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. I'll also echo to Senator McCormick and Dina for inviting me back for the second year of this lovely weather in Pennsylvania in the summertime. I had forgotten, having grown up here, what it's like in the summer, but it's great to be back. I've spent my entire career in semiconductors. I started in the middle 1980s with Texas Instruments. At that time, we had semiconductor fabs in Midland, Texas, Odessa, Texas, Lubbock, Texas, Sherman, Texas, Dallas, Texas, Houston, Texas, Austin, Texas, probably 9 different fabs in the state of Texas alone for TI, which at that time was the largest semiconductor company on the planet. And a lot of their semiconductor output actually went into defense. This is around 1984, Ronald Reagan, second term of president. What I saw in semiconductors over 40 plus years was the migration away from the United States into other parts of the world, which has been well documented. It's great to see the current administration being as aggressive as they've been to try to bring that manufacturing back. To your point, is it too late and how long will it take? I think it's the classic, the best time to build a tree is today or yesterday, and the next second best is today. We have to get that back as a country. And one of the things that resonates with me about the data center build out, which largely is inside the United States, I really hope to see that continue and grow. I just read somewhere that the state of New York had put a moratorium on data center sizes, and I think that's a fatal mistake. Because not only is it key to have these data centers inside the country, but what happens when you have onshore manufacturing is the ecosystem that builds around it. If you look at the auto industry in Detroit, everything that built around it in terms of parts plants in Ohio or in Michigan or in Illinois, when you build out a data center, it's not just about the data center today, it's about improving it 10 years from now. And the innovation, the jobs that can be created, the creative people who figure out how to make it better, that can only happen if we have manufacturing here. So I think it's incredibly key. In semiconductors, we've started to bring it back slowly. It's going to take a long, long time, but if we don't start now, it's never going to happen. And I think that's very key for the country and our industry.
I agree, and I think it's very impressive what this administration is doing, especially folks like Chairman Brendan Carr over the FCC, where they're going line by line and banning all the Chinese drone components. And to your point, it's not just about the drones, it's about the factories that make those components and the workforce that comes alongside them. Well, I'd be remiss to not mention Pennsylvania. You know, and I'll start with myself and Trey. We've invested heavily in Alabama and California, and you've invested heavily in California, Rhode Island, and obviously Ohio, and now internationally. But coming back here, you know, for all of you, what makes this region so special historically and into the future, both for the data center side, but obviously defense manufacturing and commercial reindustrialization?
Yeah, I'm, what Chris is referencing is Anduril is in the process of building out sequentially and opening 5 million square feet of manufacturing capacity in right outside of Columbus. This is very personal to me because I'm actually from Ohio, so definitely a Midwest guy at heart. But the region had really been gutted. My grandparents, one of my grandfathers worked at GM, the other one worked at Ford. I had two uncles that worked in steel. My aunt worked in an like a lens manufacturing company. My great-grandfathers both worked at National Cash Register. Not a single one of the factories that I just mentioned is open today. They're all gone. And Ohio has had this incredible comeback story over the last 20 years, trying to figure out how to bring business back. And actually just last week, CNBC voted or named Ohio as the #1 place to do business in America. And I'm not saying that as a jab in any way to the state of Pennsylvania, Senator McCormick. There's only healthy and friendly competition there. It's just really a statement to what's happened in the last 20 years that has kind of brought energy back to the state. So we've gotten tremendous support from the state of Ohio, from Jobs Ohio, from the university ecosystem with Ohio State, with trade schools to bring some of the skilled workforce back in, and tremendously excited for that. Again, not only because professionally I think it's really good for Anduril and it's good for America, but it's also something that I personally really think highly of, given my upbringing.
And Sean, you probably know the history of this region. You know what makes it so special, both historically and kind of moving forward as we kick off and expand the reindustrialization of the country.
I'm sorry, say that.
What makes Pennsylvania so special historically about manufacturing and bringing that forward with new jobs?
Well, I think that we had Governor Shapiro earlier speak to the history of the Republic and the importance of the manufacturing base, specifically for defense here. I'm excited to see what Senator McCormick's going to do because he's picked up the mantle of somebody that was really important to the defense industry, who's been gone for quite a while, but you can go down the road and see the fruits of his labor. John Murtha, when he was chair of Defense Appropriations in the House, did a tremendous amount for recognizing that Pennsylvania as a manufacturing juggernaut. What's happening with the investments in the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard, just the reindustrialization of the state, and I too, work all across the United States, and what's happened in Ohio has been pretty terrific. But we've got a blue chipper on the field now for Pennsylvania, my home state, and my expectations are what happened last year at the summit, what'll come out of this summit, with the cooperation between Democrats and Republicans in this state, working together for the overall good of the country, the state, and the populace here. I see nothing but good things and upward mobility for people coming to the state and people who are born here who want to stay here with these investments.
I agree. I think, in terms of scale and reshoring, there's three big things going on. There's, heritage companies, what we call, re-ramping. We're asking the heritage companies to become SpaceX overnight. We're asking new entrants to scale their technology and go from prototype for production. And then we're also trying to reshore advanced technologies for things like semiconductors that simply just got offshored and we're kind of in a cold start. So Trey, I'll start with you. You've recently said that Anduril's going through a transformation to a production company first. What has that been like on the inside? And do you think everyone will get there? And where do you see roadblocks for the defense industry on the innovation side? Getting to production scale that matters.
Yeah, I mean, there are really few new companies in the United States, particularly venture-backed companies, that have reached mass production scale in the last 20 years. I mean, Tesla is one example, but there's not a whole lot else that comes to mind. Some people will also bring up SpaceX, which is in the Elon verse as well, obviously, but maybe you can count Starlink as mass manufacturing, but certainly the rockets are not. That's still at a very small scale. It's still very exquisite. So for us, it's really like a cultural shift to move from a technology company that's building and developing capabilities to a company that's focused entirely on production. How do you get from making hundreds of things to making thousands of things to making tens of thousands of things? It's just a very different character of a business. So internally for us, that's looked like changing the way we think about the engaging with trade schools, changing the way we think about recruiting, changing the way we think about compensation to align these kind of equity upside incentives with an hourly workforce, which is not something that's very typical for Silicon Valley companies. So, it's a lot of culture shift, and it's been cool, honestly, to see a bunch of software engineers who would otherwise be working at OpenAI or at Google or something, sitting around being like, wow, actually, it's really cool to be part of a company where you see demographic slices of the entire country coming together to work on a mission that we believe is really important. It's a pretty unique place, I think, as a result.
I agree. Iran, ARM is an enabling layer across computing systems, defense applications, that sort of stuff. And obviously, in this reshoring world, there's a lot of bottlenecks so that industry can build, deploy, and scale advanced systems. And a lot of this is what I would call hidden under the surface. What keeps you up at night in terms of scaling these advanced technologies as we do reshore a lot of this? And, where do you see the ball moving?
Yeah, I think, back to what's going on inside Pennsylvania, there's an amazing amount of innovation taking place in physical AI. One of the things that we do at ARM is we work very closely with Carnegie Mellon University, which has an amazing program for the graduate students where not only are they building and innovating on new robotic systems, but the university does a great job in terms of seeding these companies and doing the kind of work that allows them to actually be onshore manufacturing companies at some point. I also think AI has a potential to do a lot of disruptive things in this space. We work with a lot of companies like Cadence and Synopsys, traditional EDA companies, who are now looking at how to use AI for advanced manufacturing methodologies. And CAD and CAM, these are the technologies that are decades old, and AI has a unique opportunity to provide a brand new avenue for how we manufacture things. And that's we have a lead as a country. So I'm very excited about the opportunity ahead there.
And, Tom, BAE Systems has deep roots in Pennsylvania especially, but also other states. And I'm sure you're thinking through how you guys go through a lot of scaling and workforce challenges. So with Pennsylvania specifically, what are you guys doing with facilities, suppliers, workforce? How is the state helping? How are you guys investing to ramp domestic production capacity here?
Yeah, thanks, Russ. We love being in Pennsylvania. Our relationship with the state goes back over 70 years. In fact, the company is about 30 miles from here. Got started in the 1950s. They were a startup at the time. They got involved in refurbishing World War II era combat vehicles to get them ready for the Cold War, right, in that era, and it's grown since that time. In the 20 years since BAE Systems has owned the facility, today, it's about 1 million square feet of manufacturing facility, one of the largest combat vehicle manufacturers in the world. We have 2,000 of America's finest employees, union-led. We have a supply chain that spans 600 other companies in Pennsylvania. Over half of those are small businesses, all feeding this arsenal of freedom in order to create some of the world's best combat vehicles. If you were to walk through that facility 20 years ago, you would have seen lots of manual, slow processes, sort of the heritage way of building things, tool benches, piles of tools everywhere. If you walk through that facility today, you'll see robotic welding, you'll see world-class machining centers, 3 stories high, a footprint the size of a basketball court. You'll see turnstiles, big rotisseries that can turn many-ton combat vehicle hulls to position them, to make them easier to work on. Just a massive transformation. We have augmented reality. We have digital warehouses, and so it's quite a spectacle to behold. And I think part of that has all been fueled by the workforce and the development of the workforce. Certainly the strength of the supply chain. We have relationships with universities, number of trade schools in the areas. We have, many of our technicians will loan them out to be trainers in some of the trade schools in order to bring more welders online. There's huge demand for that, as you've heard from other panels today. And so it's a strong relationship, one we expect to continue long into the future.
That's great.
If I might add one thing, so with the sort of internet era, all the tech boom that's contributed so much to economic growth overall over the last couple of decades, almost all of that growth was centered in one geography. It was this West Coast phenomenon. These companies became massive. They became kind of emblematic of economic growth in the United States. This reindustrialization trend is good for the entirety of America in a very different way. And I think there's an opportunity for this to be unifying, for it to be something that draws Americans together in a way as we experience this growth that's very, very different than this tech wave that felt disunifying and economically unfair in some way. So, Chris mentions he just opened a factory for Hadrian in Alabama. Leonard Skinner played at their opening. Can you imagine a venture capital-backed technology company with Leonard Skinner playing? I mean, that is incredibly unique. Andrew has factories in Mississippi, in Ohio. We work with hundreds of suppliers in Pennsylvania doing millions of dollars for component buys. I mean, it's a real opportunity for the country that shouldn't be missed as we're kind of riding this wave.
I completely agree. And we're going to get pushed for time. But Sean, on that theme, I think a lot of people are celebrating company growth and contract wins. If there's one metric you'd put on the president's desk that you were tracking workforce success as we do this, what would you pick?
I would pick the amount of people that make their way to the middle class. That's the goal here, right? This is a land of opportunity. You can be anything that you want, but you really can't be anything unless you have a family-sustaining career that takes care of your family. In the building trades, we have people, I hear all the time, where's the workforce going to come from? Where's it going to come from? I said earlier that people are willing. We have capacity. We have 1,600 training centers in the United States. We send $3 billion of our own money every year. 21,000 instructors. We have all the infrastructure in place. We need deals, and we need to be thought of on the workforce side much, much earlier as pieces of supply chain. When you're ordering long lead time equipment, that's when you got to be making a decision about your labor strategy, so that we, working with EPC contractors and the owner, can start to lay the groundwork and prepare for the entrance of the people to the workforce that we're going to need to build out that facility. So the end metric of it all is how many people till we move to the middle class, and I think that that's going to be this president's legacy, is how successful he was in doing that.
I couldn't agree more. And one question I wanted to end with all of you, and then I'm going to pick on Trey for 2 seconds, is, sorry, Trey, is there's obviously tension between, I think a lot of people feel betrayed by Silicon Valley, and there's tension between startups and the government. Obviously, companies like Anduril, companies like Hadrian, a lot of us we have a Patriot hat on every single day. But as this grows and grows and grows, how do you think everyone's going to respond to that? And, can the department and Silicon Valley continue to work together? And where do you see the roadblocks to that, given that 10, even 5 years ago, it might have been a sin to work at Anduril or Palantir or do anything in manufacturing?
Hard to say. Obviously, there's a lot of conflict that still exists. I think it's really about aligning with Americans, with real Americans, and showing them that there's a way to do this together, because we can't do it by ourselves. There's no version of technology that's going to replace all of the work that's going to be required to truly reindustrialize as a country and be competitive again. So I think it's just getting the communication layer right.
And I'll end on this is, for decades, America is led on advanced technology and innovation and speed, but is very far behind on production. And I think that's the most important thing. I think we'll all agree the administration's done a fantastic job driving the right policies forward, and there's a lot more work to do to ensure that we're massively raising up the middle class. And, you can't be a sovereign nation unless you've got sovereign supply chains and manufacturing capacity. And most importantly, states in a nation that work for everybody, not just folks on the coast. So please join me in thanking these gentlemen, and thank you for all having us.
$90 billion in investments and thousands of new jobs.
This energy summit here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is filled with heavy hitters across the spectrum. Wall Street, Washington, energy.
U.S. Senator Dave McCormick organized the inaugural event. It's a vision that brought the president, the governor, and tech leaders all here to Pittsburgh.
We're back in Pittsburgh to announce the largest package of investments in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is a place that warms my heart. I went to school here. I went to college here. This is a really triumphant day for the people of the Commonwealth and for the United States of America.
1 year ago, we were honored to attend Senator McCormick's Energy and Innovation Summit. We're very excited to announce that we're going to make a further $25 billion investment into Pennsylvania's digital and energy infrastructure. We are proud to say we've made enormous progress. We also have tremendous momentum, projects that create jobs and have positive impacts on communities, positioning Pennsylvania at the forefront of the AI revolution for decades to come.
We're really excited about the progress that's been made in such a short period of time. A state-of-the-art natural gas power generation facility, $100 to $200 million a year of royalties paid to the communities. It's going to be about manufacturing intelligence. Industry lives here in Pittsburgh, and thank you to Senator McCormick's leadership.
All the projects discussed here today aren't just about energy and innovation. They're about job creation. There's no workforce more prepared to build the future.
Mike was here a year ago where we had the Energy and Innovation Summit, and we talked about $92 billion of investment, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of jobs in data centers and energy infrastructure. We got huge projects happening. And the one thing everybody agrees on is we need great skilled labor to build this infrastructure, to build America's future.
A $10 trillion infrastructure being built out. It's not going to happen without skilled labor.
I appreciate the partnership that we have, not just on this, but on so many other things.
I'm Senator John Fetterman. I want to take the opportunity to salute my good friend. He's put together this incredible AI and energy event, and he and I are going to continue to work together to fight for Pennsylvania and for our nation.
The Energy and Innovation Summit was the standout event of last year. The groundwork we laid at the summit helped forge an incredible partnership for our Pittsburgh-based nuclear company, Westinghouse. This led us to signing a game-changing $80 billion deal with the U.S. government. That's real investment benefiting the people of Pennsylvania.
And I have to say about David and Dina, they had the toughest race. And every campaign stop that I made, we had lots of people, tens of thousands would be a small crowd. Exactly 1 year ago this week, David was at that rally in Pennsylvania. And 12 months later, look at what we have. So I just want to congratulate you. It's amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our keynote conversation, Investing in America, please welcome Chairman and CEO of JP Morgan Chase, Jamie Dimon, in conversation with United States Senator for Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick.
everyone listening to that, is that the most perfect on-stage voice you've ever heard? Who thinks that's a recording? That's a real, Corey, come on out here. Corey Barsky is the man that keeps introducing. Come on out, Corey. Thank you, Corey. Everybody keeps saying, is that a recording? No, that is not a recording. Thank you all for being here. And Jamie, thanks so much. Having you here really, I think, reinforces the Freedoms Forge mindset that I think we're trying to have at this conference and that you've been promoting so well from your position. So I'm delighted to be able to talk to you about it today in front of this audience. You know, we started the day by doing a CNBC hit together, and you were at the Philadelphia shipyard. So maybe you could share with the audience why you were there and how this fits into your broader strategy.
Sure. So welcome, everybody. Thrilled to be here. Senator, thrilled you're doing it. I'm thrilled you work so well with Senator Fetterman, and you're reigniting. I say the dream is being reignition, and so is the arsenal of democracy. So today we went to the Philadelphia Navy Yard where they used to build ships years ago. Actually, there were ships built there for the Revolutionary War. World War I helped us win World War II. It was closed down at one point, and now it's been kind of reopened. You have companies moving there. Hanwha from Korea is bringing in to build ships there now. They're bringing the technology we need. Some of the stuff we moved overseas, we didn't just move it overseas. We lost the ability to do it because we don't have the IP. And so when the IP's gotten much more advanced. So there we're funding a new submarine building spot. We're going to hire 500 people. But that doesn't include all the other people, the vendors that support that, another 100 companies or so. And then importantly, because we work closely with the unions too, that we're doing, as part of the American Dream, the jobs part. There's a school there that trains, and Hanwha and this school train people do welding. They get paid as apprenticeships. They could be young kids, they could be former criminals, but they come there, they get trained, they get paid then, they get medical while they're there, and they get a job making $80,000 a year after a certain amount of time. And that is the completely American dream for those folks. And we need 300,000 just for shipbuilding alone. We build 1% of our ships in the United States of America. And so it's a microcosm of what we can get done. And importantly, it's also a microcosm of government working with business. Government can't do it alone. Business cannot do it alone. The training can't be done. And that kind of training we need to do in every high school, every community college, and every town in America. We should be doing it anyway. We shouldn't be waiting for other reasons to do it.
Yeah, it's if you haven't seen the Hanwha facility at the Philadelphia shipyards, it's incredibly exciting, and these incredible jobs. But as you said, the biggest constraint we have in Pennsylvania in many of these areas is workforce. We'll come back to that. But you did something really unique, which is you announced in the Wall Street Journal op-ed and through a broader initiative, your Security and Resilience Investment Initiative. And just about the time you announced that, I had just finished the book about Freedoms Forge and what had happened in World War II. And the thing that was about it was the team effort of the industrialists, of business coming together with the government to essentially mobilize the entire economy to win World War II in the fight against tyranny. Tell us about that initiative and what inspired it? What made you think now was the time that you, as one of the biggest employers in the country and the biggest bank in the country, needed to lead?
Yeah, so every year I write about policy in my chairman's letter, and some people say, why do you do that? Because JP Morgan or most of us cannot be much better than our country. And we should get involved in it. And I mean in the fight all the time, at a local level, at the federal level, and not act like it should be delegated to other people. And so instead of, I always ask people in my own company, okay, so you're king for a day, what would you do? So I ask myself that question.
You sort of are king. I mean,
yeah. I do have a board, unfortunately, but I asked myself, what would you do? And I said, okay, now we're going to do, what can JP Morgan do? We're not unique. We're not the only ones. I saw Kelly here from Boeing. I mean, some of these great companies. And we actually did a really deep dive on what we already do in terms of financing, not prime contracts, but tons of contracts and middle market companies. And we said, we do $100 billion a year of financing. We're going to do 150. We actually analyzed 30 industries. So you're talking about shipbuilding, and we do real work around that in policy. You already heard about semiconductors, active pharmaceutical ingredients, rare earths. What the hell did we do? Advanced manufacturing, drones, cyber, cables under the ocean are being cut now. And so we said, what are we going to do? And we just doubled down. Jay Hirine may be here with me, or a bunch of people, the teams are here. where we said we're going to do a lot more at a very detailed level. We hired Todd Combs to do investing, kind of Mike Gallagher. And Mike, you've become a much better public speaker since you're out of Congress, by the way. But we hired him to actually do investing, not that kind of Death Valley thing, but to get these companies over the hurdle. He's already made many investments, including some who actually were on the stage before, and that's what we're doing. We're doubling down. And then we also did the American Dream, which is the American Dream is fraying, and it's not fraying for the people in this room. It's not, and it's not just manufacturing. It's inner cities, it's rural areas. It's a whole bunch of areas. And again, what can you do? And this is about education. This is about, we have branches in lower income neighborhoods. We have more mortgages, affordable housing, work skills. But the work skills is the big one. That is the biggest one, to get people living jobs, living wages, to get them into the workforce. That brings dignity, it brings growth, it brings home ownership. But everyone knows that jobs reduce crime, they reduce recidivism, they reduce drug use, et cetera. So, and I think everyone should do it. And that's just, our part, doing our share to help build this great country. One last thing, by the way, because it's like the foundational, we just had the 250th anniversary. And the foundational part of this, I always say the Constitution is a legal document. But what's really important is the values embedded in life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, which does not mean happiness the way the Gen Z means. It means pursuit, purpose. I see some military guys here, or you could be a father or a mother or a caregiver or a doctor or a lawyer, but maybe not a lawyer. But and that's family. That's purpose, that's country, that's freedom of speech, that's freedom of religion, that's work ethic. It's all these things that somehow we shed them, and we don't educate the kids anymore. And I look at some of these high school curriculums now. I mean, it's not on there. And so we have to get back to educating the kids, getting involved, and everyone. And part of the, if you read our founding fathers, you had a civic responsibility. That was part of your responsibility. It's a republic if you can keep it. And the if you can keep it part, we kind of dropped a little bit.
Yeah, that's, I think, a great sort of framing for the role that corporate leadership can play, the role that business leaders can play. But as you think about the shareholders and you're thinking about using the bank's balance sheet and investing, how do you think about that? How do you think about where you want to, are you trying to solve a gap that doesn't exist? How do you think about return on that investment relative to the fact that you might be fulfilling a gap that's for some reasons not being filled by other capital?
Yeah. So there's some things we do. I always read these articles about corporations and big companies, like everything's about profit. That's just never been true. How you treat people and how you try to treat customers, and you do a lot of things. The client's going to like it. It's a bad example because it's hard to look at a bank this way. But you go to a restaurant, they take care of you. They want to make a fair profit, but they're not going to get as much as they can out of that meal because you simply won't go back. And so a lot of things we do like that, get involved in society. We get deeply involved in policy. The guy who runs it for us is here, Tim Berry, who some of you might actually know. But it's mostly commercial. And I had to push back to my own people a lot. And it's mostly commercial. It's a little riskier, but so what? It's our country. If our country doesn't do well, JP Morgan's not going to do that well anyway. So some is far riskier. There's equity investment. Of course it's riskier. Some is regular way business. We're just going to do more of it. Some may be a little bit more lumpy. And there is philanthropy. So the philanthropy is the grants to the schools to educate people. It'll be home ownership grants. It'll be getting involved. We're going to do our share in that Trump account. It's things like that, which I put in the philanthropy category, but they can move society. They're worthwhile to do. And we measure philanthropy just like we measure anything else. How many people got a job? How many people got, not like just, oh yeah, we gave $5 million to something. So the whole, it's been a crusade inside the company. We've brought this whole effort now to UK, Germany, France, Italy, Poland, and Japan, Australia, South Korea, Philippines. And so people love and doing it. And the American Dream's become a crusade too. We already did it. We're just gonna do a lot more of it. And it's mostly commercial. And yeah, people always say to me all the time in business, well, if that doesn't work, you'll have egg in your face. Just my response is always the same. I don't care. If it's the right thing to do it and move on.
So with that kind of spirit, if you think about the policies, and think about the policies a little more broadly, the policies that will keep America safe and secure economically, from a national security perspective, even from a political stability perspective, what, from your perch, what do you see as the most important things that we could do in the Congress or do in Washington right now?
Yeah, so let me do the big picture in this one, because I should have mentioned this. You know, when Ukraine got invaded, I wrote an op-ed, and the world changed. You know, then you had the terrible terrorist activity in Israel, and then you had, obviously, this Iran war. It's a complex world. This is real politics shit. People somehow think that somehow you can, you know, not have the best military and it will be okay. It will not. And so you have to make determinations about what is it you want, how do you get there, you know, the best protection. And that American military, which you so well served in, so thank you, you know, that created an umbrella that allowed the world to grow. That even helped our non-allies. And, you know, without American leadership in this world would be a much tougher place if it fragments and things like that. So there are these very big policy issues, and foundational to that is America's economic strength. You talk to any of the military guys, they'll tell you that right from the start. So policies are small. You know, the permitting policies, the education policies. The bigger ones, and you guys are doing this already, the bigger ones and the tougher ones, I'm going to say, are, you know, I'm a big supporter of NATO, military alliances. I think we have 40 military alliances with different countries. The tougher one is foreign economic strategy. Like, how do you keep America healthy? We have to have, you know, we got to bring some of the stuff back. We also need a stronger Europe. You know, they're sliding down. I'm not sure that's good for us. So we have to have these great relations with these other nations too. So, you know, navigating that's a little bit hard, particularly when, you know, we're removing some of these things that need to be moved for national security. So, and we get involved in this policy. In fact, we're going to be publishing policy. Like, you know, wrote a book, we wrote an article on industrial policy. What is industrial policy works, where it's not corporate America feeding at the trough of government, but it's corporate America earning a fair profit doing things that government needs to get done. And so we're going to have around industrial policy production. We didn't have the capability to double or triple production of the missiles we need if we went to war. What the hell were we thinking? So how do you do that? There are very effective ways to do that, which I won't go through here, you know, but it's around policy. And it's also around commercial use. You have a lot of companies that can, you know, this factory could be in commercial use and immediately convert to military use if you need it. And you have the workers to do it too. We've been to thousands of these smaller vendors. They're big. There's not capital missing, it's workers. They can't double production because they can't double the amount of workers they have there. And so there's a lot to do. But the wonderful thing, and at least my view, at least I feel it today, man, it's been reignited. Freedom Forge has been reignited. The arsenal of democracy has been reignited. Thank God. I mean, it's basically just in time.
Right here in Pennsylvania.
Right here in Pennsylvania.
There you go. All right.
And I should say, you talk about policy. I love the fact that Senator McCormick and Senator Fetterman are talking, because, you know, we all make fun of the radical left and radical right and all these various things. I call them the wing nuts, which they always tell me not to say. But there is a core of people in Washington who are serious people. They're serious policy people. They want to get things done. They're working together. Democracy by its nature is compromise. Otherwise, it's not a democracy. And, you know, I think it sets a great tone when people do get together and try to figure these things out, work with government. You know, I met with the mayor of Philadelphia today, and she's gung-ho. She's been in the job for, you probably know her.
Yeah.
I mean, I said, I fell in love for a second time. She's a black mayor out of Philly. She wants jobs. She was at Navy Yard. And you know what she said to me? We're going to kill bureaucracy. I know the government gets in your way. I'm going to kill it because I want those kids to have jobs, to have livelihoods. I'm saying, God bless her. Like, let's promote her to bigger jobs. And,
you mentioned the American dream a couple times. So I just want to step back. There's sort of two trends that I think are related that I'd like you to comment on and comment in the context of policy. So one trend, which is just math, is that the last 15 years have been probably the best 15 years in history for people with assets. They've been not so good for people who live on income because inflation's gone up, real wages haven't kept up. So if you're living paycheck to paycheck, you've been worse off. And if you have assets, whether you were a good investor or not, you got richer. Now, if you look at the numbers on that, it's something like you went 26% of the, if you took the 26% of the wealth in America 15 years ago with the top 1%, now it's 31%. At the same time, the economy—
That'll correct itself one day, just
yeah, well, I want to ask about that. And that's at a time when the economy's tripled. So that's one trend. And that's likely to, we're going to hit a hockey stick. That's likely to accelerate because of of AI and the wealth that's being created. By the way, I say this as a red-blooded capitalist who has been the beneficiary of this system, which I think is the greatest system in the world for bringing people out of poverty. But those are just the numbers. The second thing is that you see this rise of attacks on people that have been very successful, the war on billionaires. And so my question to you from a policy perspective and from someone who I think shares the vision that I have of the American dream available for every single person, the opportunity available, what should we do?
Yeah, this is a real problem, and I think the first thing you have to do is acknowledge it. Like, what is the real problem? And the problem, J.P. Morgan didn't destroy inner city schools. So when I hear people act like it was the big companies that caused the problem, they did not cause the problem. They maybe weren't part of the solution. And that is an important distinction, because we all need to get involved locally, where you have plants, you have people that you actually go to the local schools and things like that. So I think there are two immediate real solutions. One is the work skill stuff, that every community college, and I don't know if you can do this as a policy matter, that every community college, every high school, every college should have local things where they're teaching kids, where people be hired. You saw Sean say that they're only doing 800 kids out of one of these things because there's only 800 jobs. So when I was in Philly, they're doing 100 because they're going to be 100 jobs. They graduate, they get a job making $80,000 a year. They also get something very important. They get college credit for that training. And I go all over the country, and schools won't give college credit, but that tells the kid, hey, do this job. And if you want to go to college one day, that's their path too. We're not telling you what your future path is and stuff like that. So skills, skills, skills. There's the aviation high school in New York, 95% go. It's largely minority. Their parents make them go. They graduate, 95% graduate, making $80,000 a year. It's 17 maintained small aircraft. And there's schools all over America like that actually work, and it's local, and maybe, you can build something, some federal thing that is conducive to getting people to do that. Like, tell the schools, I care what their grades are and what their math skills are and stuff like that, but they should be measured on, do these kids get good jobs out of it? Because if I was a school principal and you said, that's one of the ways I'm going to measure you, or the only way I'm going to measure you, I would be asking all of you, what can I do to get them better jobs? And I'd be bringing in trainers, I'd be bringing in the companies, I'd be changing the curriculum to accomplish that one goal. That's one. The second is, and this is something that, Paul Ryan's been pushing, Democrats push, you know about the earned income tax credit. If you have a parent with 2 children making $14,000 a year, the government writes you a check for $6,000 at the end of the year. If you have no children, they write you a check for $600 a year. I would double the number. I'd get rid of the child requirement, so it's kind of think of a negative income tax. I'd make it monthly, so that person, kid or no kid, is now walking home with $26,000 a year. If there are 2 of them, it's $52,000 a year. You have to phase in other benefits that get lost because we have all these cliffs and all these benefit programs, and I think it would be a home run. It would cost $50 billion. I probably tax carried interest, by the way, to pay for that, just so you know, because it could be paid for. But it has these wonderful attributes. Jobs bring dignity. The first job usually leads to the second job. I've already mentioned less recidivism, less crime, less homelessness, less drug, less suicide. The money would go directly to them and their communities. If they have kids, they might get a tutor or buy more health insurance or whatever they need they probably spend in their home. They probably foster local restaurants and local grocery stores. And it has the virtue of bringing people into the workforce. It would grow the GDP. And I'm trying to get our policy experts over here to do the numbers on whether I'm actually right about that. That $50 billion could grow the GDP by $100 to $200 billion a year. And I think it would be a wonderful thing. And then obviously you need safety nets for the sick, the poor, the disabled. But these two things I think would go a long way to fixing part of what ill society, sharing the benefits.
What do you think about, Senator Fetterman and I just did an event in Philadelphia last week where we had the Invest America accounts, the Trump accounts, which we did it in Philadelphia youth basketball, probably 250, 300 kids. The thing that I loved about that is, there's a famous Pennsylvanian named Andrew Carnegie who wrote The Gospel of Wealth. What that allows you to do, I know a lot of really successful people that have a lot of money. They're patriots, they want to give. And one of the things that's beautiful about that, it circumvents the government. It puts the money in the hands of the next generation. It allows for compounding over time, and it creates, I think, more of a baseline for ensuring that the American dream's in reach, but also that as our economy prospers, we all want the economy to be prosperous, that everybody gets to be the beneficiary, everybody that participates and wants to work for it?
I think it's wonderful. And I think it has a great purpose. And Mary Erdos, who runs our asset and wealth management, has been pushing it. We're going to double it for our own employees' kids and stuff like that. I think we should reform all these other investment accounts too. There's too many. There's too many usage. There's too many reporting requirements and things like that. But I do think those things work. We have seen study after study that people who save money continue to save. And almost every level, once they start, matter of fact, most of us probably learned by your parents taking you to a bank and you had a little checkbook and it was magic. You'd have $14 and all of a sudden you have $14.12. And you thought, my God, there's a God. Somehow they invented 12 cents over here. And so, yes, those lessons are critical. I would also add K to 12, every high school should teach basic financial education.
Yeah.
What's a checking account? What's a rainy day fund? All these.
Can I get you to comment on the school choice? In the Working Families Tax Cut Act, it was the $1,700. Every person can tax exempt 2 school choice programs.
Yes, I'd be totally in favor of that. Yes.
Yeah, those are the kind.
Fighting for those things.
I think we're gonna have to scale them, but those are.
I just always mention this is important. Sweden, which some of you may remember is a very socialist country. Sweden started this thing called the ISK savings account. You can put in almost all the money you want. You can take it out whenever you want. If it's in there, so you have $1 million in there, or 100,000, you're paying 1% a year, no capital gains. They made it easy to list. They've added 1,000 listed companies in Sweden since then. They started equity culture. They made it cheap to list. They got rid of all the crap that makes it expensive in the United States, why companies don't want to go public. I kind of agree with them. Litigation, frivolous shareholder meetings, reporting that no one reads, endless stuff. And they have more unicorns per person in the United States, more billionaires per person in the United States. They have a very strong safety net, which is 50% of GDP, but they've created a very healthy investment environment where people are investing the money. If you go to Europe, they really are lacking some of this. Except
the power of compounding is not. Yeah, I agree with you. In this audience up here, we have 600 C-level executives, 500 companies represented, 130 have booths. But the thing about it that I'm really proud of and I'm really welcome is that we have all the major defense primes are here. They all have big operations in Pennsylvania. We also have all sorts of next generation emergent technology firms here. You probably serve them all in some ways as their banker. How do you think about that? The role of the primes in defense versus these emergent technologies? Is it zero sum? How could we get the most out of both? How do you think about that?
I think Tom from BAE said it right, which is these are complex ecosystems of companies, a lot of suppliers sharing ideas, and as you know, a lot of our own budgeting process made it very hard to do multi-year budgeting for certain types of things. Made it very hard for the military to say, hey, I need these drones and now I need those drones, and I love seeing it. I've spoken to a lot of these companies. I visited Anduril at one point. Saw some of the things that they were building. It's all going to work together. The primes are all going to do more. You have the primes. If you go overseas, they're all going to do more. You got to help Europe a little bit because Europe has to do more. Like, it's not just how much they spend, but they got to spend it wisely. So they still have like 12 types of tanks. It ain't going to work. And they have too many types of various things. Too many types of fighter jets, et cetera. But they're going to work together. And I think you got to read Freedom's Forge. Like, America, we didn't have anything in 1939. And even when Pearl Harbor happened, I mean, the machine hadn't been turned on. We've been doing some stuff to help Britain, who fought the Nazis by themselves for a year and a half. God bless Winston Churchill and the British people. And 40,000 Brits died in that year and a half. One country standing against, the Nazi power until, Pearl Harbor happened. And Winston Churchill says, that was the best sleep I've ever had, the night of December 7th, knowing I'm finally going to get real help in this war against this scourge. But Freedom's Forge, that started it. Like, we did not build cars, any car in America, I think from like part of 1942 to 1945. But we built 100,000 bombers and fighter aircraft, 144 aircraft carriers. And a lot of this military equipment and tanks and stuff was also given to all of the allies to help them. It wasn't just to help the American military. So we just need to do a little bit of that more, and we need to, as people point out, quickly. Speed is of the essence, and the world is so complex, and technology change is so complex. We have to allow our military and our government to move very quick. Now, it can't be 20-year procurement contracts for everything.
And I'll try to squeeze in 2 questions here. When we think about the pace of change, the underlying driver of a lot of what you see up there and what's happening on the battlefield is AI. And here at home, we see lots of controversy around AI. Many of us, myself included, who see enormous opportunity, also potential disruption. But there's a growing level of animus and pushback against data centers and AI, which of course is less the case in China. AI and data centers have 80% popularity in China, and they have 20% popularity in America. I don't think that's an accident, by the way. I think the Chinese are trying to help make that case against it in America. How do you think about that, particularly within the context of security and resilience?
Yeah, so AI, I mean, you're totally correct. The world is just faster, and AI is just being deployed to physics and the physical world. You know, it still was until even now, these large language models were, you know, largely letters, pictures, and they even treated numbers like a letter. It wasn't actually a number calculation, something like that. So, you know, absolutely. But all technologies change mankind. It's why we're living here. Agriculture, you know, internet, you know, steam engine, electricity, and it's always been scary, and it's always been misused. You know, airplanes were misused, and drugs were misused, and this is going to cure cancers, folks. This is going to stop deaths on the highways. It's going to stop deaths in hospitals because people are given the wrong thing to do. And yes, we have to protect it against, and that's where you guys have to work on some of the bad effects. So we use it to serve our client. That's what we're going to do. The two negatives, which I don't want to bore people with mythos, that's a real issue, which I know our government is on top of at this point. It's not to stop, you know, smaller banks from gaining stuff. It's really just to make sure we roll out the stuff that we know is being controlled, because you're giving ballistic missiles to individuals with mythos, basically. And then there's the job thing. And now, look, the data centers are going to be built. They're just going to be built where people want them. You're just not going to have to be able to build in certain places. The jobs thing, to me, we don't really know. And I think people should stop being breathless over it. You know, we've created a lot of jobs in our company. And yeah, there are areas where it's reduced jobs a little bit. And, you know, technology always creates new jobs. The question is going to be if it happens too fast. Somehow, you know, people are adopting it too fast and jobs are being lost, middle-class jobs, before they could be retrained and replaced. That's where what we're talking about, work skills, is the exact same thing we should be doing anyway. That is how to fix it. The people know, and JP Morgan, we're going to redeploy our own people, reskill them, retrain them. We may retrain them to take a job with you. It doesn't necessarily have to be just take care of your people. And so I think there are fixes for that. I think we're kind of scaring the whole world much more rapidly than we should about it. And the other things about AI, because we've seen this already inside our company, you know, we all have to be more rational how we use some of this stuff, and not rational, economic. But it's a little bit, you know, I've been sitting there with a choice. Here's the choice. Do you save money over here because you can do less, or do you simply do what you want to do faster? Well, I kind of am the mindset, do what I want to do faster, give you better stuff quicker. So the headcount won't go down because I want to make you happier, not less happy. So people should take a deep breath, but the planning should be around jobs. I think that planning will protect us against too rapid jobs loss from AI, if in fact it ever happens.
A lot of problems. Yeah. Let me end on the let's look out 10 years. Your hopes and expectations for America. 10 years from now, Jamie Dimon he's the chairman emeritus. His name is etched into granite on the front of the new JP Morgan headquarters, and McCormick's teaching history at Bloomsburg High School. What's the world look like? And how do you wish it will look like, and what do you think it'll look like?
This country is an unbelievable place. It'll still be the most prosperous nation on the planet. We'll fix some of these problems. Hopefully we'll fix some of these societal problems. And Secretary of Treasury Dimon will be happy to report to we'll be happy to report to President McCormick.
You turned that right around. All right. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, everybody. Give Jamie Dimon a big hand.